Chapter 2639. Qin Feiyang frowned. There were at least 200 to 300 white bones on the ground. There is something else that is even more unbelievable. You should still remember that when I first came to the ancient city of Qingyu, I said that Li Feng's cultivation level was at the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. However, when I returned from the ancient city of Qingyu and saw him again, he had already broken through to the initial stage of the Divine Lord realm. Shuegang said in a low voice. He broke through so quickly. Are you sure you did not see wrongly? Qin Feiyang was shocked. I am at the perfected Nine Heavens realm. How can I be wrong about his cultivation level? Shuegang said. This is indeed unbelievable. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be that the change in Li Feng's cultivation level was related to the absorption of the flesh and blood of these beasts? Absorbing the flesh and blood of living creatures to strengthen himself? I am worried that if we allow him to continue his unscrupulous massacre, the beasts of hell will become extinct. Shuegang was worried. I will not give him this chance. Qin Feiyang waved his hands. Just as Qingyu said, he did not issue a kill order for Li Feng on account of Shuegang. Therefore, he had to stop Li Feng. He could not let Li Feng become the enemy of the Blood Demon tribe. The Blood Demon tribe was very powerful. If Li Feng really angered Qingyu, then only death would await him when the time came. Shush! Suddenly, 3,000 clones appeared. Oh! Shuegang was shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3,000 clones and said, split up and look for traces left behind by Li Feng. No problem. The 3,000 clones smiled and immediately dispersed, disappearing in all directions. Brother Qin, they are? Shuegang was bewildered. Why did these clones seem to have self-consciousness? They are not clones. They are formed by one of my divine arts. Qin Feiyang smiled. Formed by a divine art? Shuegang was stunned. Even if they were formed by a divine art, they should not have self-consciousness. Qin Feiyang did not explain further. He said, let's look around. Okay. Shuegang nodded. An hour later. Within the radius of tens of millions of miles, Qin Feiyang and Ji Hao had searched everywhere, but they didn't find a single skeleton. He didn't slaughter anyone else. Doesn't that mean we won't be able to track them? Shuegang frowned. There's no rush. Let's wait for news from the 3,000 incarnations. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Whoosh! An unknown amount of time passed. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, a clone flew over at lightning speed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I found something. Follow me. Go. Qin Feiyang immediately called out to Shuegang, and his avatar quickly disappeared into the night sky. Late at night, the entire mountain fell into a dead silence. Even the roars of ferocious beasts were hard to hear. Above a plain, 3 figures broke through the air and landed in the center of the plain. They were Qin Feiyang and the other 2. The plains were overgrown with shrubs. More than a dozen skeletons were lying beside one of the shrub. Furthermore, these bones belonged to humans. They look very similar to those ferocious beasts. Could it be Li Feng's doing? Shuegang was surprised. Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed even tighter. Not only did he slaughter ferocious beasts, but he also slaughtered humans. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want to believe that this was Li Feng's doing. But besides Li Feng, who else could it be? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and dispersed his 3,000 incarnations. Then, he released his divine sense, which spread out in all directions. Soon, he found a large number of skeletons in the southwest direction. Let's go. Qin Feiyang brought Shuegang out of the plain and into the mountains. Not long after, white skeletons came into sight. There were those of ferocious beasts and humans. They were all over the place. Looking around, he couldn't sense any living creatures. Shuegang said angrily, without a doubt, this must be Li Feng's doing. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked in the southwest direction, saying, he went in this direction. How do you know? Shuegang was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, it's easy to judge because I didn't find any skeletons in other directions. Yes. Let's follow these skeletons and search. We will definitely find him. However, Why didn't we find any skeletons in the previous area? After Shui Gang finished speaking, he looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. This Li Feng is smart. He was afraid that someone would track him, so he didn't slaughter the ferocious beasts in that area. After all, once he slaughtered them, it would be easier to track him down. Qin Feiyang said. Shui Gang said, but he was still a little careless and didn't know to destroy these skeletons. Is there any use in destroying them? Look, along the way, there are traces of battle everywhere. Even if he destroyed these skeletons, he couldn't completely erase the traces. Moreover, I'm guessing that he didn't expect us to persevere and search so far. Let's go. Track him down as fast as possible, Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Shui Gang swept Qin Feiyang up and activated the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique once more. They rushed toward the southwest. Along the way, they encountered too many skeletons. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. On the second day, they even encountered a few thousand skeletons. Without exception, all of them were flesh and blood. On the fifth day, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang discovered a few hundred more skeletons. Who is it? However, just as the two of them were about to leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly stopped and looked at a mountain peak not far away. Someone is there. Shui Gang looked over in surprise. I saw a black shadow just now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Could it be Li Feng? Shui Gang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed over there. Qin Feiyang also released his divine sense and rushed over. Soon, in a forest, he saw a large black-robed man madly fleeing. He had a half-step divine lord cultivation. Whoosh! About 10 breaths later, Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang stood in front of the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw this, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged, Qin Feiyang, I beg you, please don't kill me, am I that scary? Qin Feiyang was speechless. As soon as the black-robed man saw him, he ran for his life. I'm just a nobody. I'm worthless. It's meaningless for you to kill me. The black-robed man lowered his head and begged. Shut up. If you dare say another word, I'll really kill you. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The black-robed man trembled and immediately fell silent. Let me ask you. What's with those white bones? Qin Feiyang asked. When the black-robed man heard the mention of white bones, he immediately trembled again. His face turned pale as though he had seen a devil. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-robed man hurriedly said, a young man did it. A young man. Qin Feiyang frowned. With a wave of his hand, divine power appeared and condensed into Li Feng's figure. Is it him? The black-robed man looked up and shouted in horror. Yes, it's him, it's him, it's him. It's really Li Feng. Shui Gang snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-robed man and asked, when did this happen? Just last night. He suddenly appeared here and killed all of us. What's more terrifying is that he has something called a blood spirit with him. This blood spirit is extremely ferocious. Every time it kills someone, it will devour their divine soul. And those people's flesh and blood were all devoured by Li Feng. The black-robed man said in horror. Blood spirit. Devour divine souls. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang looked at each other, their eyes filled with horror. Brother Qin, swallowing a divine soul is an utterly devoid of conscience. The most important thing is, why did this blood spirit devour everyone's divine souls? Could it be that divine souls can make them stronger? Shui Gang said. Qin Feiyang looked at Shui Gang, then looked at the black-robed man and said, how did you escape? At that time, I just came back from outside. When I saw Li Feng slaughtering everyone, I immediately hid and was lucky to escape. The black-robed man said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then why haven't you left yet? I don't dare. This Nether King's hell is too dangerous. I don't dare to run around alone. So I planned to stay here and see if I could meet someone else, then we could leave together. But I didn't expect that the person I waited for would be you. Qin Feiyang, can you let me go? I'm really just a nobody. I don't want to die. I want to return to the divine land alive and reunite with my family. I really regret coming to the Nether King's hell. The black-robed man cried with snot and tears, his face full of regret. Qin Feiyang said, if you want to return to the divine land alive, then go to the mythical square. The mythical square. The black-robed man was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, the passage out of the Nether King's hell is at the mythical square. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. The black-robed man was grateful. Qin Feiyang asked, then where did Li Feng go after slaughtering everyone last night? Southwest. The black-robed man said. Let's go. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang and said. Okay. Shuegang nodded and led Qin Feiyang back the way they came. After the two left, the black-robed man slowly got up. The fear from before had disappeared, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The mythical square, after muttering, the black-robed man flew in the opposite direction. Back to Qin Feiyang and Shuegang. Soon, they returned to the sky where the bones were. Qin Feiyang looked down at the bones, then retracted his gaze and looked to the southwest. Shuegang did not stop. He swept across the sky and went straight to the southwest. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and shouted, Shuegang, wait. Shuegang was stunned and quickly stopped in the air. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, what's wrong? Qin Feiyang did not answer. He lowered his head and looked at the bones again. The surprise in his eyes was even stronger. Following that, he silently landed in front of the bones and carefully examined them. Then, he looked at the traces of battle on the ground. Shuegang was puzzled at first, but when he followed Qin Feiyang to the bones, he quickly saw the clues. There was not even a speck of dust on these bones. This was obviously unreasonable. If these people were really killed last night, then after this night, there should be some dust on the bones. After all, there was a battle here. Moreover, the traces of battle on the ground were also brand new. The traces of battle, even if only one night had passed, would have obvious changes. For example, soil and water. And the traces of battle here seemed to have just happened. Chapter 2640. Go back. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang was also a smart person. When he noticed these abnormalities, he realized that he had been fooled by the black-clothed man. Whoosh. At that moment, he used the supreme-level auxiliary technique and brought Qin Feiyang to the sky above the forest. No one. He must have left. Shuegang lowered his head and scanned the forest. He can't run away in such a short time. Use your divine sense to search. Qin Feiyang said. Shuegang nodded and his divine sense rolled out. The divine sense of a perfection ninth heaven realm could cover hundreds of millions of miles. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain in the distance, the black-clothed man was flying while scanning below as if looking for prey. Qin Feiyang is just SOSO. He was so easily fooled by us. Suddenly, a bloody shadow appeared from the black-clothed man's body, his words full of disdain. Shut up. Don't slander Qin Dage. The black-clothed man's eyes turned cold as he turned to look at the bloody shadow and shouted. He has already come to kill you personally. Why are you still so protective of him? Kid, is there something wrong with your head? The bloody shadow said angrily. Kill me, the black-clothed man murmured and shook his head. I don't believe that he is here to kill me. Kid, don't be stupid. In your heart, you treat him as a big brother, but in his heart, you are just a pitiful worm. The bloody shadow sneered. Whatever you say, I don't believe it. The black-clothed man shook his head. Idiot. The bloody shadow snorted. Boom. It was also at this moment. A terrifying divine sense surged over. The black-clothed man and the bloody shadow were shocked. Not good, run. The bloody shadow immediately rushed into the black-clothed man's body. The black-clothed man also immediately fled frantically. Stop right now. But at the same time, an angry roar rolled over. The black-clothed man's body trembled and involuntarily stopped. Why did you stop? Waiting for death. You think he'll let you go? Blood Shadow's roar immediately rang out in the black-clothed man's mind. Following closely, the black-clothed man lost control of his body and fled at high speed. Furthermore, his speed had increased by countless times. Don't control my body, the black-clothed man shouted angrily. With your speed, Do you think you can escape? Blood Shadow remained indifferent and continued to control the black-clothed man's body to flee. Whoosh! Very soon. The two auras quickly approached. The masters of these two auras were Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang. His speed can actually reach the great circle of the Nine Heavens realm. There is indeed something wrong with him, Shui Gang said solemnly. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the man in black. His eyes flickered as he asked, "Can you catch up with him?" "Of course." Shui Gang nodded confidently. Using his supreme-grade auxiliary divine art, he continued to close the distance between him and the black-clothed man. Jejia, but at this moment, the black-clothed man also took a mysterious step. His speed suddenly increased, and he was actually not any slower than Shui Gang. What? He also mastered a supreme-grade auxiliary divine art? Shui Gang was shocked. Qin Feiyang's eyes also sank slightly. Looking at the black-clothed man, he shouted, "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? You want me to stop and I will stop. Who do you think you are?" A sinister laugh sounded. "This is Blood Spirit's voice," Shui Gang exclaimed. "Blood Spirit?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at Shui Gang, he asked, "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. The last time I found them, I even exchanged a few moves with Blood Spirit." Shui Gang nodded. "In that case, it is Blood Spirit who is controlling his body. It seems that it is indeed as I thought. He is Li Feng." Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man's back again. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. "He is Li Feng?" Shui Gang was stunned for a moment before he angrily said, "Li Feng, didn't you see that Qin Feiyang personally came to find you? Why are you still running?" However, Li Feng didn't stop. Because right now, his body was completely out of his control. Moreover, the current him didn't seem to want to face Qin Feiyang. Perhaps because of the massacre of beasts and humans, he felt that he didn't have the face to face Qin Feiyang anymore. In short, now that he saw Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but feel guilty. The two sides, one in front and one behind, continued to chase. Unknowingly, night fell. When night falls, let's see how you can escape. Shui Gang snorted coldly. After a day of chasing, he didn't feel tired at all. Because as a blood demon, he could absorb the evil force anytime and anywhere to replenish his consumed divine power. As for Qin Feiyang, along the way, he didn't need to do anything at all. He just needed to refine the evil force that entered his body. His mental state was naturally needless to say. Roar. Shui Gang let out a beast-like roar and his body began to transform. In just a blink of an eye, his body was more than 300 meters tall. His whole body was covered with blood-red hair, just like a giant beast. After transforming, Shui Gang's speed increased by another level. "Not good," Shui Ling exclaimed. Swish. The next moment, Shui Gang left Qin Feiyang behind and streaked across the sky like lightning, blocking in front of Li Feng. Shui Ling controlled Li Feng's body and immediately turned in the air, preparing to escape to the back. However, when he saw Qin Feiyang at the back, he panicked and turned to the left to escape. Still not stopping, Shui Gang was furious and his divine power roared in all directions. A gigantic divine power barrier descended with a loud rumble, and Li Feng was immediately imprisoned within it. "Li Feng, what should we do?" Shui Ling panicked. "How would I know?" Li Feng said angrily. Qin Feiyang stepped into the boundary and stopped in front of Li Feng. He nodded and said, "Not bad. You even dare to tease me. Let's talk nicely." Li Feng opened his mouth, but it was Shui Ling's figure. Qin Feiyang shouted, "Get out of his body, don't be too arrogant. In terms of strength, you're no match for me. If you have the ability, tell the blood demon tribe not to interfere. Watch how I kill you." Shui Ling sneered. "Shui Gang." Qin Feiyang did not talk nonsense and raised his head to look at Shui Gang. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Understood." Shui Gang nodded, his eyes surging with bloody light. He raised his giant hand and slapped at Li Feng. "Li Feng, did you see that? He's here to kill you. To think that you still treat him as your big brother. You're really blind." Shui Ling roared. Li Feng said, "Get out of my body. Let me talk to him." Still not giving up? Good, good, good. Let's see what good you can come up with. Ling exasperatedly came out of Li Feng's body. Seeing this, Gang immediately changed his target and slapped at Ling bastard. Ling roared in anger. At the same time, Li Feng stepped in front of Ling and shouted, "Don't hurt him." Gang raised his brows. His giant hand stopped above Li Feng's head and he couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and Ling in silence. Li Feng also turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, I beg you. Don't hurt Ling." Qin Feiyang still did not say a word. Li Feng was burning with anxiety. With a plop, he knelt in the air and said, "I'll kneel and beg you." "Is that not enough? Kneel and beg me?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his face full of disappointment. He shook his head and said, "It seems that you've forgotten what I told you." "I haven't forgotten. You once said that I can't kneel to others easily." Li Feng lowered his head and said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then why are you kneeling and begging me now?" "Because I respect you. Because you're my benefactor. You deserve me to kneel." Li Feng said. Qin Feiyang said, "Since you respect me, why lie to me? Do you think I'm that easy to fool?" Li Feng stammered, his face was full of guilt. "Take this." Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill and threw it to Li Feng. Li Feng caught the facial restoration pill, glanced at Qin Feiyang, and put it in his mouth. Soon, his face was restored. "Speak. Why did you lie to me?" Qin Feiyang said. Li Feng acted very timid, like a child who had done something wrong and was afraid of being punished by an adult. "Speak." Qin Feiyang shouted. Li Feng quivered and shouted, "I don't have the face to see you, okay? Why don't you have the face to see me?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I slaughtered the Nether King and Hell's creatures. I failed to live up to your expectations." Li Feng lowered his head and said guiltily. Qin Feiyang asked, "Then tell me, what did I expect from you?" "Work hard to become stronger." Li Feng said. "Wrong." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Wrong." Li Feng was slightly stunned. He gathered his courage and raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "My expectation for you is that you can live a peaceful life and continue the legacy of Cloud Mountain Village, not to let you be blinded by hatred. And not to let you do whatever it takes to increase your strength." Qin Feiyang said. "So this is your expectation for me? I thought you wanted me to become stronger and wanted me to take revenge for Cloud Mountain Village with my own hands. If you do this, what's the difference between me and a useless person?" Li Feng roared. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng deeply and said, "The hatred of Cloud Mountain Village has long been settled." "No." Li Feng shouted and slowly got up. His face looked extremely ferocious as he stared at Qin Feiyang and said, "This blood debt is not over yet. Only by slaughtering all the dragons will the undead of Cloud Mountain Village rest in peace." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I will deal with the dragons. You don't need to take the risk." "Risk? Don't make it sound so nice. I think in your heart, you think I'm overestimating myself. Let me tell you, I must destroy the dragons with my own hands, no matter the cost. And now you've disappointed me. I always thought that you gave me the pill to unlock the door of potential because you understand me and support me. But I didn't expect that you want me to live an ordinary life, to be a weak and useless person. Sorry, I can't do it." Li Feng grinned. "I gave you the pill to unlock the door of potential to give you the ability to create a better life, not for you to take revenge. Besides, isn't an ordinary life good? Does being ordinary mean being weak and useless? I have always wanted this kind of life, but for me, it's an extravagant hope. And you have this opportunity, why don't you cherish it?" Qin Feiyang sighed. "I don't need this kind of opportunity, and I don't need this kind of life. It's impossible for me to forget the hatred. I will never be able to do it. Unless you kill me now." Li Feng looked straight at Qin Feiyang. There was no longer fear in his eyes, only unwillingness and unwillingness. Chapter 2641. "All right. I'll kill you so that you won't continue to wreak havoc in hell." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of Li Feng. Murderous aura erupted from his body. The entire area seemed to have sunk into an ocean of murderous aura. Li Feng couldn't help but tremble. After slaughtering countless living beings, the murderous aura he emitted was terrifying enough. However, facing Qin Feiyang, he realized that his murderous aura was nothing. "You're afraid? Then what courage do you have to face the dragons that even I fear?" Qin Feiyang shouted. I'm not afraid." Li Feng roared stubbornly. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and grabbed Li Feng's neck. His eyes were as cold as an emotionless, cold-blooded creature. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, Li Feng was even more terrified. He had no doubt that if he dared to be stubborn again, Qin Feiyang would really kill him. Seeing that the situation was not good, Sanguis hastily shouted, "Qin Feiyang, what good will it do you to kill him?" Qin Feiyang turned to Sanguis and said, "Then let me ask you, what good will it do you to keep him alive?" Sanguis stuttered. "Why did you get close to Li Feng? Why did you teach him such a cultivation method? What exactly is your purpose?" Qin Feiyang threw out one question after another, causing Sanguis to panic. "If you don't tell me, I can assure you that you won't live to see the sun rise tomorrow," Qin Feiyang said coldly. Sanguis panicked and said, "The dragons are also my enemies. That's why I helped him and nurtured him." "Then who are you?" Qin Feiyang asked. Sanguis replied, "I'm just a wandering ghost." "A wandering ghost?" Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Fine, I'll turn you into a true wandering ghost right now. Shuegang, do it." Shuegang's gigantic hand immediately descended and grabbed Sanguis. "Qin Feiyang, you can't do this. This is my personal matter. What does it have to do with you?" Li Feng roared, struggling with all his might. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. He never imagined that Li Feng would say such words. "Are you my parents?" "You're not. You and I are just strangers who met on the road. What right do you have to meddle in my business?" Li Feng shouted. "Strangers meeting each other," Qin Feiyang murmured. After a long time, he turned to look at Li Feng and shook his head. "Yeah, what relationship do I have with you that I need to take care of you like this? Don't joke around. You call this caring? You're ruining my future," Li Feng roared. All right. This is all my fault. I was too nosy. I'm just full and have nothing better to do." Qin Feiyang nodded and released Li Feng. His face regained its usual calmness and there was no longer any sympathy. In fact, he really liked Li Feng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Li Feng the elixir to unlock his potential. However, he never expected that what he got in return was Li Feng's abuse and resentment. That's right. He brought this upon himself. Sometimes, being a good person might not bring about good returns. It could be said that Li Feng's words made Qin Feiyang give up completely. Originally, he wanted to bring Li Feng to the ancient city of Qingyu to apologize to Qingyu and then enter the time array to cultivate. But now, there was no need for that. Looking at Li Feng again, after Qin Feiyang released him, he immediately ran to Xueling's side. His blood-red eyes were filled with hostility. "Qin Feiyang, let us go. We only killed some beasts and humans. We didn't hurt your interests. We didn't hurt the people around you. Take the Blood Demon tribe as an example. Originally, I wanted to attack the Blood Demon tribe, but Li Feng didn't agree. He said that the Blood Demon tribe is your friend and I can't touch them. You can imagine how much Li Feng cares about you. Why bother?" Xueling sighed. "Don't ask him. Anyway, my life was saved by him. Now that he wants it back, I'll return it to him," Li Feng said in a deep voice. "What nonsense are you talking about? You only have one life. Don't you understand?" Xueling said angrily. "Instead of begging for mercy without dignity, it's better to die." Li Feng snorted. Qin Feiyang took a glance at Sanguis before he shook his head at Li Feng and said, "Although I am the one who saved you, I don't need you to return it to me. Your life is worthless to me. However, you have to pay the price for doing wrong." Xueling became nervous upon hearing this. Who in the Divine Land didn't know that this was the sentence that Qin Feiyang said the most? As long as this sentence came out, it meant that Qin Feiyang was really angry. At the same time, He also knew that he had completely given up on Li Feng. Qin Feiyang, let's talk nicely. I'll ask Li Feng to apologize to you. We promise that we won't kill the beasts of the Nether King's hell anymore. Please give us a way out. Xueling begged. Qin Feiyang looked at Xueling coldly before he turned around and looked at the night sky. He said indifferently, Xuegang, you deal with them. Deal with them? Xuegang was stunned. After all, the Blood Demon tribe is the ruler of the Nether King's hell. Since they killed the beasts of the Nether King's hell, they should be dealt with by the Blood Demon tribe. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. Xueling roared, Qin Feiyang, don't be like this. I swear, okay? I won't kill any more beasts of the Nether King's hell. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to Xueling. Xuegang looked at Li Feng and Xueling and couldn't help but frown. However, Li Feng's expression didn't change. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of death. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat heavy. After an unknown amount of time, Xuegang looked at Qin Feiyang and loosened his grip on Xueling. He said, remember your promise. Don't kill any more beasts. Get lost. Huh? Xueling was stunned. Li Feng actually let them go? He thought that they would die without a doubt. Thank you. When Xueling came back to his senses, he quickly thanked Xuegang and rushed into Li Feng's body. He urged, hurry up and leave. Li Feng looked at Qin Feiyang's back deeply before he turned around and disappeared into the night sky. Xuegang watched the two of them disappear and returned to his original state. He walked to Qin Feiyang's side and sighed, you must be very sad to be spoken to like that by someone you regard as your younger brother. It's all right. Qin Feiyang shook his head and turned to look at Xuegang. He smiled faintly and said, you, on the other hand, surprised me. You actually let them go. Aren't I giving you face? I only hope that they can keep their promise. Otherwise, don't blame the Blood Demon tribe for being ruthless. Xuegang said. Giving me face, doesn't that mean that I owe the Blood Demon tribe another favor? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to owe this favor. Because he no longer had any hope for Li Feng. We're all family. What's there to talk about favors? Let's go. Follow me to Luotian Ancient City. Our city lord has a lot of good wine hidden away. Xuegang chuckled. Huh? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, the Blood Demon tribe also knows how to brew wine? Of course. Xuegang nodded. Then, can I drink it? You must know that everything in the Nether King's hell is related to the evil force. Qin Feiyang said. Xuegang was stunned and shook his head, I have never thought about this. Why don't we go and try it first? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. But just after Qin Feiyang and Xuegang left, a middle-aged man in black clothes walked out from the darkness. Qin Feiyang, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. The middle-aged man smiled and muttered, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Immediately, the middle-aged man followed. On the other side, Li Feng stopped at the peak of a mountain with his head lowered. His face was extremely gloomy. Obviously, the resentment in his heart hadn't dissipated. What's wrong? Xueling appeared and asked suspiciously. I just can't accept it. Why can he deal with the dragons unscrupulously and let me be a trash and live an ordinary life? In his eyes, am I so unbearable? Li Feng said angrily. To be honest, this Qin Feiyang is really good to you. Because sometimes, living an ordinary life isn't necessarily a bad thing. Xueling pondered for a while and sighed. You're still speaking up for him? Li Feng glared at Xueling. Don't be so agitated. I'm just judging the matter as it is. But for someone your age, you shouldn't be able to understand these things. Xueling said. I don't understand. But I know that revenge must be taken. Li Feng said. It's good to take revenge. But to be honest, you shouldn't have fallen out with Qin Feiyang. Xueling shook his head. He already treated me like this. Should I continue to suck up to him? Li Feng looked at Xueling angrily. You're a typical example of being swayed by your emotions. Do you know? This Qin Feiyang is a very reliable backing for you. If you can grow under his protection, your cultivation path will definitely be unimpeded in the future. Take the current situation for example. With his relationship with the Blood Demon tribe, it is enough to bring you great benefits. Unfortunately, because of your rashness, you missed this opportunity. Xueling shook his head in pity. I don't regret it. If he can do it, why can't I? Don't tell me that Qin Feiyang is the only genius in this world. I want him to see with his own eyes that even without his help, I can rely on my own ability to reach the pinnacle of my life. I, Li Feng, am not inferior to him. Li Feng roared. You're so confident. Xueling was surprised. Ien. Li Feng nodded. Great. Since you have such fighting spirit, I will not hold back to help you in the future, Xueling said. How? You've already promised them that you won't slaughter the beasts here. Li Feng frowned. What's the point of a promise? Besides, isn't there a large number of humans here? The Blood Demon tribe won't interfere if we slaughter those humans, right? Xueling laughed. Yes. We will slaughter the humans. Anyway, the Blood Demon tribe is also giving orders to hunt them down. Speaking of which, we can be considered as helping the Blood Demon tribe. Li Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. There are a lot of people entering the Nether King's hell this time. If you can kill them all and absorb their cultivation and flesh, then you will definitely have no problem stepping into the ninth heaven realm. Xueling smiled seductively. When Li Feng heard this, he urged, then let's start quickly. He. Xueling immediately went into Li Feng's body. Li Feng also jumped down from the mountain peak and disappeared into the mountains below. Chapter 2642. A few days later, Qin Feiyang and Xue Gang slowly returned to Luotian ancient city. There was nothing urgent, so there was no need to rush. Qin Feiyang also took the opportunity to appreciate the scenery of hell. When they entered Luotian ancient city, the Luotian city lord personally came to welcome them. Xue Gang didn't hide anything and told the Luotian city lord about the release of Li Feng and Xueling. After the Luotian city lord heard about it, he didn't blame him. Hence, the Luotian city lord began to arrange a banquet. When it came to good wine, the Luotian city lord wasn't stingy. However, when the wine and dishes were placed on the table, Qin Feiyang was extremely speechless. The dining table was a few 100 feet wide. The dishes on the table were even more exaggerated. For example, one of the dishes was a piece of barbecue, but that barbecue was bigger than an ordinary house. The wine jars that the Luotian city lord took out were also extremely large and one could take a bath in them. Brother Qin, please understand. After all, we are bigger in size. The things we use and eat are definitely different from you humans. The Luotian city lord laughed. No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The dishes were very tempting and the wine was very fragrant, but none of them could be eaten by Qin Feiyang. Because these dishes and wine all contained evil power. But it was hard to refuse. Qin Feiyang also tasted them one by one. Anyway, swallowing a little bit of evil power wouldn't kill him. At most, it would take some time to refine it. At this time, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but envy the frenzy and the white-eyed wolf. These two guys could absorb the evil power. Even if they ate a lot of meat and drank a lot of wine, it wouldn't have any effect. Very soon. Half a month passed. Qin Feiyang learned that Luotian ancient city also had a time array and it was the same as the mysterious Sky ancient city, 200 years in a day. He couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. In the outside world, it was difficult to find a time array even if you risked your life. But in hell, it felt like it was overflowing. The most helpless thing was, if these time arrays were placed outside, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. However, the blood demons did not think much of it at all. They felt that it was not worth as much as a jar of wine. Comparisons are odious. This sentence was indeed true. After staying in the Luotian ancient city for half a month, Qin Feiyang prepared to set off and return to the ancient city of Qingyu. After all, he still had to cultivate and couldn't delay it for too long. Early morning. Outside the city gates. Brother Qin, since you insist on leaving, I won't force you. However, if you have the chance in the future, you must come to Luotian ancient city again. The doors of all heaven ancient city will always be open for you. The Luotian city lord smiled as he looked at Qin Feiyang, who was standing opposite him. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him sincerely. The longer he interacted with the blood demon race, the more favorable his impression of them became. That was because the blood demons were all very straightforward and never played any tricks. His attitude towards people was also quite friendly. But in advance, you must obtain the blood demon race's approval. Now that he thought about it, the dragons were really stupid back then. If the dragons could put down their pride and be on good terms with the blood demon race when they first entered the Nether King's hell, they definitely wouldn't be in such a situation now. However, it was almost impossible for the dragons to put down their pride and be on good terms. After all, the dragon's style had always been that they were invincible and no matter who it was, they would have to submit to them. The Luotian city lord smiled and looked at Shuegang. It's better for you to escort Brother Qin. You don't have to escort Brother Qin safely to the ancient city of Qingyu. Yes. Shuegang nodded. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said, Senior City Lord, there's no need for that, right? No need. The Luotian city lord was stunned. Who in the blood demon race doesn't know about my relationship with you? Even those beasts definitely know about it. Hence, there's no need for Shuegang to make this trip. I can go back by myself. Qin Feiyang said. That won't do. Although the blood demon race and the beasts in hell won't hurt you, don't forget that there are still many humans in hell. I heard that there are many humans who want to get rid of you. What if you meet them? Hence, Shuegang must escort you all the way back to the ancient city of Qingyu. The Luotian city lord said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment before he turned to look at Shuegang and said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble you. What's there to trouble me about? Shuegang waved his hand. Then let's set off. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Luotian city lord. He cupped his hands and said, Senior City Lord, I hope to see you again. I hope to see you again. The Luotian city lord smiled and nodded. Whoosh. Shuegang waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang. Then, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon like a stream of light. I hope you're really the hope of the blood demon race. The Luotian city lord looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang disappeared and muttered to himself. 3 days later. In the sky above a mountain. Like I said, there's no need for you to escort me. Look, we haven't even met a single human these few days. Qin Feiyang smiled. More people means more insurance. Shuegang smiled. You guys are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you in the future. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I don't feel comfortable listening to your words. Is the blood demon race helping you for your repayment? Shuegang seemed to be angry. Yes, yes, yes. It's my fault, it's my fault. Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. The blood demon race is different from humans. We don't play any tricks. We only know that as long as you're a friend of the blood demon race, it doesn't matter even if you have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Shuegang said. It doesn't matter even if you have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, Qin Feiyang muttered. He couldn't understand why the dragons would want to kill such a group of cute and righteous blood demons. Couldn't everyone get along peacefully? There was also the dragon god. Why did he keep the blood demon race in the underworld king's hell? Wait. Suddenly, Shuegang braked and stopped in the air with Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang quickly regained his senses and looked at him in surprise. There's someone in front. Shuegang stared at the giant peak in front of him. Qin Feiyang looked in the same direction, but the distance was too close and he couldn't see clearly. This person gives me a very dangerous feeling. Let's take a detour. After Shuegang finished speaking, he immediately took Qin Feiyang to the left. However, not long after, Shuegang stopped again. Could there be someone else? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Shuegang nodded and said in a deep voice, it's the same person from before. Who is it? Qin Feiyang frowned. His cultivation was much lower than Shuegang's, so he couldn't see as far as Shuegang. It's a middle-aged man, wearing a long black robe. He's also staring at us. It seems like he's smiling at us, Shuegang said in a deep voice. Smiling at us? Qin Feiyang looked in the direction Shui Gang was looking at, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. They had met head-on before, and now they met again after taking a detour. This person was obviously coming for them. No. They weren't here for him or Shui Gang. They were here for him. Because Shui Gang was from the Blood Demon race. It was already a blessing that the Blood Demon race didn't find trouble with them. Who would dare to take the initiative to provoke the Blood Demon race? Let's try taking a detour again. Shui Gang took Qin Feiyang to the right again. But after a dozen breaths, Shui Gang stopped again, and his expression was extremely ugly. He's blocking the way in front again? Qin Feiyang asked. Yes. Shui Gang nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, this person should be looking for me. You stay here. I'll go and take a look. How can this be? What if he wants to harm you? Shui Gang firmly objected. If he really wants to harm me, he will definitely attack me secretly. Why would he stand in front of us and block our way? Qin Feiyang said. If that's the case, why should I stay here? Let's go together. If there's really danger, we can take care of each other. Shui Gang said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. In fact, he couldn't tell whether the other party was friend or foe. Because he didn't even see the person. The two didn't take a detour and flew straight ahead. About a dozen breaths later, Qin Feiyang finally saw a black figure on a mountain peak in front of him. From afar, that person had no aura, like a ghost. Another few breaths passed. Qin Feiyang could finally see the person's appearance clearly. Sure enough, as Shui Gang said, it was a middle-aged man in black. He was about 1.8 meters tall, and his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. He stood on a huge rock on the mountain peak with his hands behind his back. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body exuded a calm aura. And there was indeed a trace of a smile on his face. However, on the right side of his face, there was a finger-long scar, like a knife scar, which made the smile on his face somewhat scary. Shui Gang secretly said, Do you know him? I don't know him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then you have to be careful. Although he is restraining his aura, I can feel that his cultivation is also at the perfection 9th heaven realm. Shui Gang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang nodded. Shui Gang had taken a detour several times before, which was enough to prove that this person gave Shui Gang a lot of pressure. When they were about 10 miles away from the mountain peak, Shui Gang decisively stopped and looked at the middle-aged man in black with vigilance. Fate, Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Shui Gang, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. We know each other. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You definitely don't know me, but I know you. After all, in Divine Land, who doesn't know your name, Qin Feiyang? The middle-aged man in black chuckled. So far, Qin Feiyang had not found the slightest hostility from the middle-aged man in black. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, May I ask Senior's name? Why are you blocking our way? You may not know my name even if I tell you. As for blocking your way, the middle-aged man in black paused and chuckled, Of course it's to kill you. It was an understatement. It seemed that in his eyes, killing Qin Feiyang was an extremely simple matter. But when it fell into Qin Feiyang's ears, it was like a bolt of lightning striking his head. One had to know. He was now protected by Shui Gang. But this person was so blatant and undisguised, he even disdained to use a sneak attack. What did this mean? It meant that this person was full of confidence. Chapter 2643. At the same time, Shui Gang's expression suddenly changed. He immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and stared at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Shui Gang and didn't seem to take it to heart. He then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. You have another choice. Submit to me and I can spare your life. Are you that confident? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. If it was someone else, they would be arrogant. But when it came to the middle-aged man in black, it felt reasonable. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He couldn't see through this person at all. It was as if there was a mysterious veil covering him. With me here, you still want to kill Brother Qin? Shui Gang suddenly released his aura and shouted, "Brother Qin, step back." Qin Feiyang didn't refuse and quickly retreated into the distance. "Blood demon race," the middle-aged man in black whispered and looked at Shuegang. "Then I'll kill you first. Don't be arrogant." Shuegang raised his fist and punched at the middle-aged man in black. The terrifying power even collapsed a large part of the void. "I've studied the blood demon race. You have endless strength and a strong body. But you'll soon know that there are more terrifying existences in this world than the blood demon race." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly and also raised his arm and punched. Boom! The two fists, one big and one small, collided. The difference in size between the two was huge. If Shuegang was compared to an elephant, then the middle-aged man in black was an ant. With such a difference, no one would believe that the middle-aged man in black could defeat the elephant Shuegang. But when the two fists collided, the result was that Shuegang was sent flying by the punch. What? Qin Feiyang looked at this scene in shock. His heart was in turmoil. Because the blood demon race couldn't break through the imperishable realm, they began to strengthen their body when they reached the perfection ninth heaven realm. In terms of strength and physical strength, no one dared to say that they were first. However, at this moment, Shuegang actually lost to the middle-aged man in black in terms of physical strength and strength. How did this person do it? Shuegang was the same. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the black-clothed middle-aged man, his face filled with disbelief. "How is it?" The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. Shuegang was silent, but his dignified eyes were enough to explain everything. "I believe you already know the gap between us. I have no intention of becoming enemies with your blood demon race. Leave Qin Feiyang behind. You can leave." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. "The blood demon race has always valued promises the most. Since I have promised to send Brother Qin safely to the ancient city of Qingyu, I will definitely do it. Don't even think about harming Brother Qin." Shuegang took a deep breath, put away all his contempt, and once again rushed towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. "I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me when you die." The black-clothed middle-aged man still smiled casually. Rumble. The two of them clashed, their power roaring in all directions, their fists landing on flesh. The more Shuegang fought, the more frightened he became. Whether it was in terms of strength or physical strength, this person was actually above him. Puff. After a few hundred exchanges, Shuegang spat out a mouthful of blood. His huge body was like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains below. So strong. I'm afraid only Shuegang's transformation can defeat him. Qin Feiyang muttered. But transformation? Qin Feiyang looked up at the sky. It was still early in the morning, and he would have to wait for an entire day to transform. It seemed like he would be facing a tough battle. Sigh. I didn't want to kill you, but you're courting your own death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. The black-clothed middle-aged man sighed. His index finger pointed in the air, and a ray of divine power surged out. It carried a destructive aura as it charged towards Shuegang below. "You want to kill me with this? You're too naive." Shuegang suddenly stood up. Without any fancy moves, he directly threw a punch. It was a simple violent move. Rumble. The divine power was immediately annihilated. Swoosh. Immediately after, Shuegang's aura was like a rainbow. He took a step into the sky and stomped towards the black-clothed middle-aged man. That scene was like a giant spirit descending to the world, preparing to trample on a tiny ant. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man was not moved at all. He met Shuegang's giant foot with his palm. Rumble. Crack. Shuegang was once again sent flying. The skin and flesh on the soles of his feet were lacerated, and even his bones were broken. How terrifying is his strength? Qin Feiyang muttered. This was the first time he saw someone who could crush the blood demon race in terms of strength and physical body. Roar. Shuegang roared. The power of the evil sun descended and merged into his body at lightning speed. His injuries immediately began to heal. Summoning the power of the evil sun, the blood demon race is indeed a group of people who can't be provoked. The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. It's good that you know. Gang smiled coldly. As long as the other party did not have the strength to destroy him, he was immortal. And the other party obviously did not have the strength to destroy him. This was because they were both at the peak 9 heavens realm. Although the other party's physical body and strength surpassed his, he was confident that he could block all of the other party's attacks. As long as he could last until night, he would be this person's nightmare. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, "Are you thinking of dragging the battle until night?" "That's right." Gang did not deny it. "That's a good idea, but you can't do it because I can end this battle at any time. This is strength." The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. "Haha, then give it a try." Gang laughed. The corners of the black-clothed middle-aged man's mouth lifted, and waves of divine power emerged. Clang! Battle swords appeared one after another. Each battle sword seemed to be made of gold, emitting a sharp aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. In just a few breaths of time, there were as many as 100,000 battle swords that appeared in the void above. They were densely packed, covering the sky and the earth. God-slaying sword formation. As the black-clothed middle-aged man's voice fell, the 100,000 battle swords suddenly danced in the sky. Almost in the next instant, a huge sword formation appeared above Gang's head. The sword formation was like a skull pattern that connected the 100,000 battle swords. Once the sword formation was formed, a monstrous power erupted like a volcano. At this moment, the void shattered, and the heavens collapsed. The earth and mountains below were also crazily shattering and cracking. The abyss spread, and chasms were everywhere. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. God-slaying sword formation. Qin Feiyang looked up at the sword formation, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Each of the 100,000 battle swords contained the power to destroy the world. Could Gang withstand it? The power of the evil sun can help you heal the damage, but it can't give you a true immortal body. Tell me, if I chop you into mincemeat, can the power of the evil sun save you? The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed, and with a wave of his hand, the god-slaying sword formation descended from the sky. The 100,000 battle swords were like a meat grinder, enveloping Gang. Clang! Gang's expression was solemn, and with a wave of his hand, he took out a blood-colored saber that was pitilessly sharp. Kill! With a low roar, Gang rushed to the sky and slashed with his saber. Boom! Clang! That blood-red saber was a supreme-grade artifact. However, under the god-slaying sword formation, the supreme artifact was unable to withstand a single blow and was instantly shattered. Not good. Gang, retreat! Qin Feiyang shouted. Each of the swords in the god-slaying sword formation was comparable to a supreme artifact. In other words, at this moment, Gang was facing 100,000 supreme artifact. Gang couldn't withstand such a formation. At the same time, he was shocked. Where did this black-clothed middle-aged man come from? How did he master such a terrifying deity art? Although it wasn't at the level of a heaven-defying deity art, it was no different from a heaven-defying deity art. At the same level, no one could break through the god-slaying sword formation. In fact, even without Qin Feiyang's reminder, Gang had already sensed the danger. Even a supreme artifact was so fragile under the god-slaying sword formation. It definitely couldn't take it head-on. He immediately put away the shattered blood-colored saber, used a supreme auxiliary deity art, and fled with lightning speed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you want to escape. How is that possible? The black-clothed middle-aged man waved his hand, and the 100,000 swords scattered, forming a huge cage. Gang was immediately trapped in the cage. The terrifying sword chi and peerless sharpness drowned Gang like a tide. Roar! In just an instant. Gang's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and he was dripping with blood. Gang, who was in a desperate situation, roared towards the sky, and the power of the evil sun descended. However, the power of the evil sun couldn't heal the wounds on Gang's body. This was because each of the sword chi was like an indestructible blade that constantly cut at Gang's body. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly, facing such a desperate situation. Do you have a way? Roar! Gang roared again and again. He had exhausted all his means, but he still couldn't break through the god-slaying sword formation. You still dare to doubt my ability? Now, do you regret it? Unfortunately, it's too late. I'll send you to hell now. The black-clothed middle-aged man chuckled. With a wave of his hand, 100,000 swords clanged and rushed towards Shuegang from all directions. 100,000 battle swords, 100,000 supreme-grade divine artifacts. That terrifying scene was enough to make anyone despair. Brother Qin, quickly return to Luotian Ancient City. As long as you return to Luotian Ancient City, no matter how bold he is, he won't dare to do anything to you. Shuegang roared. Don't worry. He won't leave. Because he is such a person. He will never leave his companions behind. The black-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. You know me very well. Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled faintly. Who in Divine Land doesn't know you, Qin Feiyang? Brother Qin, don't be rash. This person's strength has surpassed ours by too much. Staying behind will only be a waste of our lives. Quickly leave. Shuegang roared hysterically. Qin Feiyang glanced at Shuegang, then looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man again. He took a deep breath and said, although the god-slaying sword formation is powerful, it's not invincible. Is that so? Then show it to me. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Boom. Qin Feiyang activated the Rising Dragon secret art and took the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill. His cultivation immediately soared. Small success, great success, perfection. Now. He had broken through to the initial stage of the Ninth Heaven Realm, so with the help of the Rising Dragon secret art and the Heavenly Dust Divine Pill, he successfully stepped into the perfection stage of the Ninth Heaven Realm. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and an invisible force surged out like a tide. Soul Destruction Technique. Chapter 2644. The Soul Extermination Technique could ignore all defenses. Even the God-punishing sword array couldn't block it. Although using the soul-destroying technique might expose his identity as Li Biyuer, he couldn't care less about that now. Boom. An invisible force rushed toward the black-clothed man like a torrent. The black-clothed man didn't care at first, but when he saw that the invisible force could easily penetrate the god-punishing sword array, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is, for the first time, his expression changed. In the blink of an eye, the invisible force had already arrived in front of the black-clothed man, and a great sense of crisis emerged in his heart. For the first time, the black-clothed man took the initiative to retreat, and his eyes were full of surprise. Die! Qin Feiyang roared. The invisible force surged, ignoring the black-clothed man's physical body, and went straight for the divine soul in his sea of consciousness. This is a killing technique that targets the divine soul. The black-clothed man was horrified and immediately screamed as he fell down powerlessly. The god-punishing sword array also collapsed. When Shuegang saw this, he was also shocked. He didn't expect Qin Feiyang to have mastered such a terrifying killing technique, ignoring defense and directly erasing the divine soul. Then wouldn't their blood demon race be the same as the black-clothed man in front of Qin Feiyang? Their physical defense was useless. Qin Feiyang had always been glad that he could become friends with the blood demon race. At this moment, Shuegang couldn't help but be glad that he could become friends with Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, this soul-killing technique alone would bring about a calamity to the blood demon race. I'm okay. Qin Feiyang looked at Shuegang with concern. I'm just a little injured. It's not a big deal. Shuegang waved his hand and looked down at the black-clothed man. His life force seemed to be dissipating. He died just like that. He was too weak to take a beating. The soul extermination technique is invincible in the same realm. Unless you have a divine artifact that protects the divine soul, no one can survive. Qin Feiyang laughed. Haha, amazing. Shuegang laughed and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. Perhaps we can find something in his interspatial ring that can prove his identity. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Shuegang nodded. The two of them landed in front of the middle-aged man in black. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at the middle-aged man's index finger. There was a cosmos ring on his index finger. Boom. However, just as Qin Feiyang bent down and was about to take off the interspatial ring, the black-robed middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out with a roar. Caught off guard, Qin Feiyang was blasted away on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. Not dead. Shuegang was also shocked. He quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side and helped Qin Feiyang up. Yes. I'm not dead. The black-clothed middle-aged man slowly stood up. His tone was cold. Don't worry about me. Although he's not dead, looking at his face, his divine soul must have been seriously injured. Take this opportunity to kill him, Qin Feiyang shouted. The black-clothed middle-aged man's face was as pale as paper. Obviously, he was not completely fine. Hearing this, Shuegang immediately took a step forward. His aura surged out and he charged toward the black-clothed middle-aged man. You've missed the best time. If you had attacked me the moment I was injured by the soul-extinguishing art, I would have died. But now, I've recovered. Next, it will be your doomsday. For the first time, the black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He threw a punch at Shuegang's fist. Boom. Shuegang was directly sent flying. Like a cannonball, he smashed into a giant mountain in the distance. With a loud bang, the giant mountain collapsed on the spot. However, the black-clothed middle-aged man's gaze turned and fell on Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "You're really powerful. You can actually determine that my divine soul is seriously injured. Not bad. Just a moment ago, the soul-extinguishing art could have erased my divine soul. But unfortunately, I have a legendary artifact that protects my divine soul. Although it's not as good as a supreme artifact, with my cultivation base, I can barely block the soul-extinguishing art. Then now, what other ways do you have?" The black-clothed middle-aged man walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. "Who exactly are you?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you." The black-clothed middle-aged man rushed in front of Qin Feiyang. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched toward Qin Feiyang's head. "Humph. You can barely block it the first time. What about the second and third time?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. While retreating, he once again activated the soul-extinguishing art. An invisible force suddenly rushed toward the middle-aged man. "I'm already on guard. Do you think you can still succeed?" The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled disdainfully. With a mysterious step, he instantly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Bang! A punch suddenly blasted onto Qin Feiyang's body. At the critical moment, Qin Feiyang activated the Wisdom King's golden body. With the protection of the Wisdom King's golden body, the black-clothed middle-aged man's punch did not cause any harm to him. Qin Feiyang was a veteran of hundreds of battles. Naturally, he would not miss this opportunity. At the same time that the Wisdom King's golden body was activated, the soul-extinguishing art reappeared and instantly submerged the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man immediately let out another miserable groan. He never thought that Qin Feiyang could actually launch such a fierce counterattack at this time. Die. It was also at this moment. Shuegang rushed over aggressively. While the black-clothed middle-aged man was submerged in the soul-extinguishing art, the iron-like fist suddenly blasted onto the black-clothed middle-aged man's back. Boom. Immediately, the black-clothed middle-aged man was blasted out. His physical body was almost deformed and finally smashed into a distant mountain. Several nearby giant peaks were instantly razed to the ground. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. Quickly go over and eliminate the roots. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang immediately took Qin Feiyang and rushed towards the mountain. "Qin Feiyang, I admit that I underestimated you. Your combat awareness, emergency ability, and control of timing are even better than mine. However, you want to kill me? You don't have the strength yet." God-slaying sword formation. But before they got close, the black-clothed middle-aged man's roar rang out. Following closely, 100,000 battle swords appeared out of thin air, forming a skull sword formation, crazily attacking Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man. After being hit by the soul-extinguishing art twice in a row, you can still fight back. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Whoosh! As his voice fell, the black-clothed middle-aged man rushed into the sky and stood behind the god-slaying sword formation. His face was pale, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his face was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable. At the same time, that pale face was filled with anger and hostility. He thought that he could easily get rid of Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang, but he did not expect that he would suffer losses in the hands of Qin Feiyang. If this spread out, where would his face go? Shui Gang, withdraw! Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. Shui Gang waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, turned around, and flew away. Want to leave? Did you get this emperor's permission? The black-clothed middle-aged man said coldly. He raised his hand and shouted, Supreme Divine Art, Heaven and Earth Cage. Divine power gushed out. A huge cage appeared in an instant, covering tens of millions of miles. Blast it open, Shui Gang shouted. The two of them attacked together. Divine power surged and blasted towards the cage. However, when their fists landed on the cage, they felt as if they had punched a sponge. All of their power was absorbed by the cage. How could this be? Shui Gang was shocked. Haha, stop struggling. The black-clothed middle-aged man stood outside the Heaven and Earth cage and laughed. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang raised their heads and looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. You can feel it, right? The Heaven and Earth cage can absorb your divine power and energy. But do you know where the divine power and energy it absorbs goes? Let me tell you. It has absorbed your divine power and power, making it even more indestructible. In other words, the Heaven and Earth cage can absorb other people's energy to strengthen itself. The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the two of them with contempt and laughed. Strengthen itself? Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang were shocked. You still don't understand? Then I'll explain it to you in simple terms. The Heaven and Earth cage can transform your divine power and energy into its own energy. The more you attack it, the more energy and divine power it absorbs. Naturally, it will be more indestructible. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed. There's such a divine art. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang looked at each other. There are all kinds of divine arts in this world. It's just that you haven't seen them yet. However, you should be content with what you have. Because you have seen two powerful divine arts, Heaven and Earth cage and God punishing sword array. When you go to the Yellow Spring, I believe you will be able to rest in peace. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled coldly. The terrifying God-punishing sword array charged toward the two of them. I don't believe that I can't break this damn cage. Shui Gang roared. His divine power surged as he punched the Heaven and Earth cage without holding back. Boom. However, this punch was the same as before. It was like hitting a sponge. Moreover, his divine power was also absorbed by the Heaven and Earth cage. It seems like he's not trying to scare us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what should we do now? Shui Gang was at a loss. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, although the Heaven and Earth cage can absorb divine power, there is a limit. What? Shui Gang was suspicious. What I mean is that as long as we break this limit, the Heaven and Earth cage will naturally shatter. Qin Feiyang said. Break this limit? Shui Gang frowned. This wouldn't be easy, but now, there was no other way. He could only believe in Qin Feiyang. 3,000 clones, activate. Qin Feiyang shouted in a low voice. 3,000 clones suddenly appeared in the void behind them. Break it for me. Qin Feiyang shouted. Boom. The 3,000 clones immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. Moreover, these auras weren't any weaker than Qin Feiyang's. So that's how it is. Relying on the 3,000 clones to break the limit of the Heaven and Earth cage, Shui Gang suddenly understood and immediately took action. Together with Qin Feiyang and the 3,000 clones, they attacked the Heaven and Earth cage with all their might. Chapter 2645. The Heaven and Earth cage sealed off all the escape routes and behind them was the God-slaying sword array. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang had no choice but to forcefully break the heaven and earth cage. Boom! Qin Feiyang, his 3,000 incarnations and Shui Gang blasted the heaven and earth cage almost at the same time. A deafening explosion rang out. Catcher! The next moment, the heaven and earth cage was torn apart. Is it really possible? Shui Gang was shocked. Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, the heaven and earth cage had a limit. Go! Qin Feiyang shouted. Not bad, not bad. Even the heaven and earth cage can be broken. Qin Feiyang, I really like you more and more, but unfortunately, we are not in the same camp. You must die. The middle-aged man in black shook his head regretfully. With a wave of his hand, the god-slaying sword array instantly fell above Qin Feiyang and the others. That terrifying edge immediately shrouded them. Go to hell! The middle-aged man in black laughed and the god-slaying sword array slammed down towards Qin Feiyang and the others. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Activate the soul-extinguishing technique and kill him together, Qin Feiyang shouted. Soul-extinguishing technique, activate. The 3,000 incarnations roared. An invisible force suddenly surged out like a tide. 3,000 incarnations, 3,000 invisible forces. What kind of concept was this? 3,000 invisible forces gathered together like a raging wave in the ocean. They passed through the god-slaying sword array and rushed towards the middle-aged man in black. Seeing this, the middle-aged man in black also changed his expression and turned to flee without hesitation. 3,000 incarnations activated the soul-extinguishing technique at the same time. This was no joke. If one was submerged, even with the artifact protecting the divine soul, one would die without a doubt. Shui Gang suddenly roared, "Don't worry about him, quickly block the god-slaying sword array." Although the middle-aged man in black was running for his life, the god-slaying sword array did not dissipate and was charging towards them with a terrifying aura. Haha, you can't block the god-slaying sword array. All of you go to hell. The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed as he fled. What's so great about a mere sword formation? With our strength, we can definitely fight 1 against 100. One of the avatars snorted and shouted, "Open the eye of heaven." Boom! Immediately, the 3,000 incarnations all activated their fighting souls. Damn, they even know how to give orders. Qin Feiyang looked at the incarnation in astonishment. Following closely, without any hesitation, he also activated his purple-gold dragon soul. Ding! 3,001 purple-gold dragon souls roared into the sky and activated their innate abilities at the same time. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. A god-slaying sword array appeared in front of each dragon soul. With 3,001 dragon souls, there would be 3,001 god-slaying sword formations. Vast and mighty, the sharpness of the blade could destroy the world. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared. Kill! The 3,000 clones also raised their heads and roared. Clang! Immediately, the 3,001st God-Punishing Sword Formation charged towards the black-clothed middle-aged man's God-Punishing Sword Formation. This scene, it's really spectacular, Shui Gang muttered. How was this him protecting Qin Feiyang? It was clearly Qin Feiyang protecting him. Clang! Rumble! When the God-Punishing Sword Formation met, there was an earth-shaking loud noise that lingered in the ears. The surrounding void and the ground below were crazily shattering and collapsing. Although Qin Feiyang's current cultivation was at the 9th heaven realm, which was a small realm lower than the black-clothed middle-aged man, he won in terms of numbers. The 3,001st God-Punishing Sword Formation continued to bombard. The sword formation in front collapsed, but there were more behind, one after another. Crack! Finally, the black-clothed middle-aged man's God-Punishing Sword Formation also began to gradually collapse. Let's do something more ruthless. Activate all the Paragon Divine Arts and completely crush it. Another incarnation gave an order. These guys, Qin Feiyang shook his head. They had already learned to give orders. However, looking at these incarnations, there was an unprecedented pride in his heart. Because these incarnations were all born because of him. And these 3,000 incarnations were becoming more and more reliable. Ding! Chirp! Roar! Crack! Divine Dragon Technique, Fire Phoenix Technique, Fire Thunder Divine Art, Chileen Technique, in just a moment. The 4 supreme-level divine slaughtering arts had appeared out of nowhere. Kill. Qin Feiyang roared. Right then, all the divine arts were activated together, like a destructive torrent. They blasted into the God-punishing sword formation. Boom. Finally, the God-punishing sword formation collapsed. The black-clothed middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock. He actually really disintegrated the God-punishing sword formation? It was too terrifying. Why was there such a sick person? If he was not eliminated today and continued to grow, who would be able to subdue him in the future? No. He had to strangle this child in the cradle. The black-clothed middle-aged man stopped in the void and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang, murderous intent surging in his eyes. You actually didn't escape. Then you can go to hell. Qin Feiyang sneered coldly. The 3,000 incarnations also looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man with murderous intent. The soul destruction technique was activated again. 3001 invisible force rushed toward the black-clothed middle-aged man like a tsunami. The black-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath and said, "It's time to let you see my real trump card." As his voice fell, the black-clothed middle-aged man's body shook and a mighty aura broke out of his body. Trump card. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man in surprise. Facing the soul destruction technique, he actually didn't escape? Could this trump card help the black-clothed middle-aged man block the attack of the soul destruction technique? Clang. In the next moment, with a loud bang, golden shields suddenly appeared in the void around the black-clothed middle-aged man. There were a total of 10 shields. Each shield seemed to be made of gold, emitting a dazzling radiance. And the shields weren't big. 1 meter tall, half a meter wide, and 2 fingers thick. The 10 shields appeared and surrounded the black-clothed middle-aged man, shining with divine light. Battle Soul, Invincible Shield. The black-clothed middle-aged man stared at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. Invincible Shield. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Boom. At this moment, the soul destruction technique surged and instantly drowned the black-clothed middle-aged man. However, the soul destruction technique that had always been successful was blocked by the 10 shields at this moment and couldn't get close to the black-clothed middle-aged man. How can this be? Isn't the soul destruction technique able to ignore all defenses? Qin Feiyang's eyes widened in anger. The 3,000 incarnations were also in disbelief. The soul destruction technique couldn't penetrate the 10 shields. The black-clothed middle-aged man took a step forward and was unscathed like a demon. Let's go. 3,000 incarnations, stop him. Shuegang, let's go. Qin Feiyang shouted. Shuegang waved his hand and swept up Qin Feiyang before turning to flee. Even the soul destruction technique couldn't hurt the black-clothed middle-aged man. How could they continue fighting? If they didn't leave, they would all die later. Leave. The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered and waved his hand. The heaven and earth cage fell and enveloped all directions. Moreover, the god-slaying sword array also appeared and directly suppressed Qin Feiyang and Shuegang. Wait, why are there so many battle swords? It's not just 100,000. Qin Feiyang raised his head to take a look, and his face turned pale with fright. That's right. It's not 100,000 now. It's 1,000,000 battle swords. This sword array isn't called the God-slaying sword array but the Heaven-slaying sword array. Heaven-slaying sword array, Invincible Shield. This is my real trump card. All of you, go to hell. The black-clothed middle-aged man sneered. Quick! Shatter the heaven and earth cage. Qin Feiyang roared. The 3,000 incarnations immediately attacked the heaven and earth cage. Boom! The heaven and earth cage immediately shattered. But at the same time, the heaven-slaying sword array fell. The 3,000 incarnations couldn't even activate the Eye of Heaven and were instantly annihilated. The speed of the heaven-slaying sword array was too fast. It didn't give Qin Feiyang any chance to resist. Even if the heaven and earth cage shattered, Qin Feiyang and Shuegang couldn't escape. Shuegang looked at the 3,000 incarnations that were annihilated and then at the heaven-slaying sword array. Finally, he looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man. This human was so strong that it made him despair. Even if he transformed, he might not be this person's opponent. Even in the entire Blood Demon tribe, only the Ghost King and the 10 great commanders could defeat him. Phew. Shui Gang let out a long breath. He didn't know why, but he relaxed. Suddenly, without any warning, he slapped his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was caught off guard. Like a meteorite, he was shot into the distance along with the power of this palm. Shui Gang, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang was stunned and immediately roared. Brother Qin, it's nice to meet you. It's also an honor to fight alongside you. You have to promise me that you will survive. If you want to take revenge for me, you must wait until you break through to the Peak 9 Heavens realm. Shui Gang turned his head and grinned at Qin Feiyang. His entire body exploded in the void. That smile was as if he was facing a family member or a brother. It was incomparably sincere. That smile didn't have any resentment. That smile contained the most sincere blessings. Boom. The next moment, a destructive aura erupted and instantly drowned the world. Shui Gang, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared and his eyes cracked. He actually self-destructed his physical body for him. He was a human. Why did he have to sacrifice his own life for him? Was he stupid? Damn it. The black-clothed middle-aged man's roar also sounded in the dust. I won't let you go. Just you wait. If I don't tear you to pieces, I, Qin Feiyang, am not worthy to be a human in this life. Qin Feiyang suppressed the grief and anger in his heart. He turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Bastard, with a roar, the black-clothed middle-aged man also rushed out of the dust. He also looked very miserable. The 10 shields were also shattered into pieces. He stood gloomily in the sky and scanned the void around him. Where was he? Boom. He immediately released his divine sense and spread it in all directions, but he didn't find anything. Damn it, damn it. It was such a good opportunity, but he let the little bastard escape. The black-clothed middle-aged man was so angry that he was about to go crazy. Damn Blood Demon tribe. How dare you spoil my plans? I won't let you off easily. And you, Qin Feiyang, do you think you can escape? No matter how you struggle, don't even think about leaving hell alive. The black-clothed middle-aged man smiled hideously. He then dispersed the 10 shattered shields and flew in the direction of the ancient city of King Yu. Chapter 2646. Late at night, a figure appeared. It was Qin Feiyang. He looked at the broken ground below, his face full of sadness. I'm sorry. I've implicated you. If it wasn't to escort him, why would Shui Gang self-destruct? Whether it was King Yu, the 10 commanders, or the other blood demons, they had taken good care of him. However, not only did he not do anything for the blood demons, but he had also implicated them time and time again. Last time, the dragon god appeared with princess dragons, causing the blood demons to panic. This time, a strong enemy that he didn't know appeared and killed Shui Gang. Was he really a jinx? Anyone who was on good terms with him would not have a good ending. No. I can't accept this. If this is fate, then I will break it and let myself be the master. Shui Gang, I won't let you die. Otherwise, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. One day, I will resurrect you. Qin Feiyang muttered, clenching his hands together, his eyes shining with determination. Clang. But just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang was stunned and quickly looked down, but the voice had disappeared and he couldn't find the source. Was it an illusion? Qin Feiyang muttered. Clang. Not long later, that weak voice sounded again. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Was it an illusion? He quickly looked in the direction of the voice and found that it came from a pile of rocks below. Why was there a voice? Qin Feiyang suspiciously landed beside the pile of rubble and carefully pried away the rubble. Not long later, a fragment of a divine artifact entered his line of sight. This fragment was blood red, about the size of half a baby's fist, emitting a weak light. Clang. The voice came from this fragment. This, it seems to be Shui Gang's supreme divine artifact. Qin Feiyang suspiciously grabbed the fragment. Brother Qin, how have you been? But just as he grabbed the fragment, a spirit fluctuation was transmitted into Qin Feiyang's mind. This voice, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. It was actually Shuegang's voice. Staring at the fragment in his hand, he asked, "You didn't die?" "He's not dead. When I self-destructed, I fused a strand of my soul into the Supreme Divine Artifact. It was the Supreme Divine Artifact that protected me. But it was also to protect me that the Supreme Artifact's artifact spirit sacrificed itself." Shuegang sighed. Qin Feiyang was incomparably excited. It was great that she didn't die. He comforted her, "Don't be sad. Since the artifact spirit chose to protect you, it definitely doesn't want you to feel guilty and blame yourself." "Yes." Shuegang nodded and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "Of course we're going to the ancient city of the Serene King. The ancient city of King Yu has a 500-year time rule. It will be of great help to you in reconstructing your physical body and divine soul." Qin Feiyang said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. Send me back to Luotian Ancient City." "Luotian Ancient City also has a time array," Shuegang said. "What trouble can there be? Anyway, I have to return to the ancient city of King Yu." "It's on the way," Qin Feiyang said. "No. I feel that we shouldn't trouble King Yu for such a small matter," Shuegang said. "You're only left with a strand of your divine soul. Is this a small matter?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Shuegang smiled embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang said, "Just in case, you should stay in this fragment for the time being. You can come out when we return to the ancient city of King Yu." "All right," Shuegang replied. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and kept the fragment in his sea of qi. He said, "You can also absorb my divine force to reconstruct your divine soul." Shuegang said, "Our blood demon race can only absorb evil force." "It can't be." "What about the soul stone?" Qin Feiyang asked. Shuegang said, "I've already tried, but I couldn't refine and absorb it." "You guys are really a strange race," Qin Feiyang said. "In the eyes of our blood demon race, you humans are strange too." Shuegang laughed. "Ha ha," Qin Feiyang laughed. "Indeed. A race was strange in the eyes of another race. Brother Qin, I don't object to you returning to the ancient city of King Yu, but you have to be careful." Shuegang suddenly changed the topic and said solemnly, "Why do you say that?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Shuegang said, "That human seems to be heading towards the ancient city of King Yu." Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "In that case, he still wants to go to the ancient city of King Yu to kill me? He definitely won't dare to go to the ancient city of King Yu. After all, King Yu is there. However, he can intercept him outside the city. Moreover, after this fight, he definitely won't dare to underestimate you. At that time, he will seize a good opportunity to kill you when you're unprepared." Shuegang said. "It seems that I have to be careful." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath. The strength of the middle-aged man in black wasn't ordinary. In terms of means, he was probably not inferior to Ancestral Dragon. However, he couldn't understand why this person wanted to kill him. He didn't remember offending this person. "Brother Qin, I'm afraid there aren't many experts like him even in the outside world," Shuegang said. "There are countless people in the outside world who are at the complete ninth heaven realm." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "However, do you think that his true cultivation is really at the complete ninth heaven realm?" Shuegang said. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Although I don't know him, I have a feeling that his cultivation is definitely not at the complete ninth heaven realm." Shuegang said in a deep voice. "Not just at the complete ninth heaven realm," Qin Feiyang muttered. "In that case, this person was an undead stage powerhouse. If this person is an imperishable stage expert, can you guess his identity?" Shuegang asked. "If he's really an eternal realm expert, it's not difficult to determine his origin." Qin Feiyang muttered. "What do you mean?" Shuegang was curious. "There aren't many eternal realm experts even in the Divine Land. And there aren't many who have a grudge against me. First of all, the dragons. We've already lost 2 of the 10 ancestral dragon. Now there are only 8 ancestral dragon left. And now, the 8th ancestral dragon, Yi Zhong, has already gone to Fallen Valley. In other words, it can't be these people. Secondly, it's the Dragon Slayer Palace. There are 4 emperors in the Dragon Slayer Palace. 2 of them are my ancestors. They definitely won't harm me. That leaves the Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master. These 2 hate me to the core. It's natural that they want to kill me. But now, they're also with the dragons. Qin Feiyang pondered as he spoke. Shuegang said suspiciously, based on what you said, isn't it impossible? Don't worry. Let me finish. The people I just mentioned are the strongest in the divine land. Apart from them, there are many other powerful existences below. For example, the dragons. The patriarchs and elders of the various clans are all eternal realm experts. And the Dragon Slayer Palace. Under the 4 emperors, there are 8 emperors and 108 divine generals. These are also imperishable stage experts. But I didn't sense the aura of a divine dragon from the middle-aged man in black. Senior brother Feng Zi also heard from Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragon that they were the only dragons that entered the Nether King's hell this time. So, we can completely eliminate the dragons. Then we can target the emperors and divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Apart from the Dragon Slayer Palace and the dragons, there are no eternal realm experts among the other forces? Shuegang asked. Of course there are. Some people don't want to join the Dragon Slayer Palace and become enemies with the dragons, nor do they want to join the dragons and become enemies with the Dragon Slayer Palace, so they choose to stay out of trouble. But these people have no grudges with me, so they won't kill us. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shuegang said, so, this middle-aged man in black is from the Dragon Slayer Palace? If his true cultivation is really at the Eternal Realm, then he's most likely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. And he's definitely from the Beast Emperor and the Chief Pavilion Master. Qin Feiyang said. That's not right. Didn't you just say that 2 of your ancestors were emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace? If they're both from the Dragon Slayer Palace, why would they want to kill you? Shuegang was suspicious. This is what humans are like. Even if we're on the same side, there are still scheming and scheming. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shuegang was speechless. The human world is really complicated. Yeah. To be honest, although I'm also a human, I really hate humans. Qin Feiyang sighed. As a human being, he hated other humans. How sad was that? Listening to what you said, I suddenly feel that our blood demon clan is still the best. Shuegang laughed. I think so too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shuegang said, then why don't you stay in our blood demon clan? I want to. But reality doesn't allow it. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The dragons hadn't been dealt with yet, and Chang Shui hadn't been snatched back yet. How could he be a leisurely wild crane? He couldn't. Besides, this Nether King's hell wasn't suitable for humans to live in. Moreover, he could only stay here for 1,000 years. Shuegang laughed, I'm just saying. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then collected his thoughts and rushed towards the ancient city. Without Shuegang's help, his speed was much slower. Shuegang only needed a month to go from Luotian Ancient City to Ancient City, but if it was him, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. And he also had to be wary of the beasts in Nether King's hell. Roar. Sure enough. Before dawn, a group of 9 Heaven's Realm ferocious beasts roared out and surrounded Qin Feiyang. Their eyes were glowing with blood as if they were staring at a delicacy. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang coughed and laughed. Don't be like this, after all, I'm a friend of Nether King. A friend of Nether King? Are you kidding? How can a human be a friend of Nether King? The leading beast sneered. This beast's leader was still at the peak 9 Heaven's Realm. Boss, wait a minute. I seem to have heard that Nether King does have a human friend. A ferocious beast at the side glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered into the ear of the leading ferocious beast. Is that so? The leader of the beasts was surprised. Yes. I think he's called something. Yes, 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 Qin Feiyang. That beast said. I am Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang laughed. These beasts' voices were also very loud. Although they were very soft, Qin Feiyang could still hear them clearly. Chapter 2647. What? You are Qin Feiyang? The group of beasts was bewildered. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're not playing with us, are you? Listen to us. Qin Feiyang is Lord Yu Wang's friend. Are you pretending to be Qin Feiyang? The beast leader frowned. Pretending? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He said, I am Qin Feiyang, guaranteed to be the real deal. Do you think so? We have never seen Qin Feiyang. We have only heard of his name. How can we believe you? The beast leader snorted coldly. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang was helpless. The beast leader said, unless you can take out something to prove your identity. Something to prove my identity? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and smiled bitterly. You have never seen me. What can I prove? Then don't think of leaving. The beast leader bared his teeth. Humph. Let's see who dares to hurt Brother Qin. Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. The wisp of Shuegang's soul appeared and transformed into a huge giant. You are. The group looked at Shuegang in horror. What? Are there any beasts in Luotian ancient city that don't know me? Shuegang shouted. You are. Lord Shuegang. I'm sorry. We'll leave now. The beast leader said in horror. He thought to himself that he was so unlucky. It was not easy to meet a human, but he did not expect it to be Qin Feiyang. Wasn't this kicking an iron plate? Stop! Shuegang shouted. The group of beasts immediately stopped in the void. Shuegang pointed at the beast leader and said indifferently, You stay here. The rest of you, get lost. Yes. The beast leader nodded and said to his brothers, You guys go first. After the group of brothers left, the beast leader looked at Shuegang and said with a flattering smile, Lord, what do you want me to do? Just tell me. Shuegang said expressionlessly, Escort Brother Qin to Luotian ancient city. En. The beast leader was taken aback. Shuegang said, It's just a temporary mount for Brother Qin. I see. The beast leader came to a realization and nodded with a smile, It's a piece of cake. Shuegang looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, Brother Qin Feiyang, with its help, it will be much faster. Good. Feiyang smiled. Be careful on the way. Be careful. Shuegang warned before disappearing into Qin Feiyang's body. The beast is. We encountered a powerful enemy along the way. In order to save me, Shuegang self-destructed his body. Now, all that's left is this wisp of soul. The beast leader nodded and said, Then it seems that you're really Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, Lord Shuegang wouldn't have sacrificed himself to protect you. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Didn't I say it just now? You're the one who didn't believe me. You can't blame me for this. After all, I haven't seen you in person. I don't know what you look like. The beast leader lowered its head in grievance. All right. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, jumped up, and landed behind the head of the ferocious beast. It was a blood-red unicorn. It looked like a horse, but it had 2 wings on its back and a half-meter-long horn on its head. As for the unicorn, Qin Feiyang had seen it before. However, the unicorns outside were generally snow-white and filled with a sacred aura. This unicorn, however, had a murderous aura. Let's go. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then you have to sit tight. My speed is abnormally fast. After the unicorn finished speaking, it spread its wings and rushed out with a swoosh. It's indeed fast. Qin Feiyang muttered. The unicorn's speed was 1 level faster than Shuegang's. Of course. With Shuegang activating the supreme level auxiliary divine technique, the unicorn definitely couldn't compare. However, at this speed, it would only take 25 to 26 days to reach the ancient city of Qingyu. Boss Qin, can you tell me more about the outside world? The unicorn suddenly spoke. Why? You're also interested in the outside world? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Of course. Go and ask the creatures of hell. Who doesn't want to go to the outside world? The unicorn said. Qin Feiyang said, but there's no evil force in the outside world. Without evil force, you can't cultivate. That's true. The unicorn nodded. But I can tell you about it. Qin Feiyang smiled. In the blink of an eye. 5 days passed. During these 5 days, the unicorn was like a curious baby, constantly asking Qin Feiyang questions. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang was more patient. If it were someone else, they would have shut it up. That afternoon, wait a minute. The unicorn suddenly stopped and looked to the left in front of it. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The unicorn said, I smell humans, and there's more than 1 or 2 of them. Human smell? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, how many are there? The unicorn said, there are at least a few thousand of them. So many. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The unicorn said, wait a minute, I remember. There seems to be a blood lake in front. What's a blood lake? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. It's a lake. But this blood lake is very big. And there are rumors that there are many divine objects at the bottom of the lake. The unicorn said. Many divine objects. Qin Feiyang's heart stirred and he asked, then have you guys been to the bottom of the lake? Of course, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. The unicorn shook its head. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because there's a mysterious force in the blood lake that can block all living beings. The unicorn said. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang asked, Shuegang, is this true? It's true. The city lord and I have been to this blood lake before, but we can't reach the bottom of the lake. Shuegang's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. It can't be, even you guys can't enter. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Yes. Shuegang replied. There must be treasures in this place. Didn't you guys inform the Ghost King? Qin Feiyang asked. Is there a need to inform the Ghost King? Places like this are everywhere in Hades and Hell. Even if we inform the Ghost King, he won't care. Shuegang said. All right. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If a place like this was in Divine Land, no matter how dangerous it was, there would definitely be people who would go and explore it. However, in Hell, they were all indifferent. Now, Qin Feiyang felt like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Boss Qin, are you interested? If you are, let's go and take a look. The unicorn asked. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. The unicorn immediately turned its head and flew toward the blood lake. About 100 breaths later, a large lake finally appeared in their sight. It was about 500,000 miles in diameter and the entire lake was blood red. It seemed to be made of blood. It gave people a sense of horror even from afar. Restrain your aura. Qin Feiyang whispered. The unicorn slowed down and retracted its aura. It brought Qin Feiyang to the top of a mountain. Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and stood silently at the edge of the cliff. He looked down. There was a forest below. In an open space in the forest, there were thousands of people gathered. There were men and women, old and young. Their cultivation was also mixed. Divine Lord, Paragon God, 9 Heavens State, and the Blood Lake was just outside the forest. Some of these people were gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. Some were sitting alone with their eyes closed. Boss Qin, are we going down directly? The unicorn asked. Don't worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked around. Suddenly, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he stared at a middle-aged man in the crowd. That person was about 1.8 meters tall and wore a long black robe. He stood in the crowd in a low-key manner and was inconspicuous. However, Qin Feiyang recognized him at a glance. It was the middle-aged man in black who came to kill him a few days ago. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Qin Feiyang whispered. He never thought that he would meet the middle-aged man in black so soon. And it seemed that the middle-aged man in black was also interested in the blood lake. The unicorn also noticed Qin Feiyang's abnormality. Following his gaze, it looked at the middle-aged man in black and asked suspiciously, Boss Qin, is there a problem? He's the powerful enemy I was talking about. The blood shield self-destructed when I fought with him. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. So it's him. Then he is definitely not simple. The unicorn looked at the middle-aged man in black again with a trace of vigilance in its eyes. You met him again so soon? Shuegang's divine soul appeared and looked at the middle-aged man in black. His eyes trembled slightly as he hurriedly said, Brother Qin, don't be rash. With your current strength, you can't beat him at all. Qin Feiyang had to at least break through a small realm to fight with this person. In other words, Qin Feiyang had to break through to the lesser completion ninth heaven realm. Because once he broke through to the lesser completion ninth heaven realm, he could activate the rising dragon art and consume the heavenly dust divine pill to raise his cultivation to the perfection ninth heaven realm. Since they were both at the perfection ninth heaven realm, Qin Feiyang might be able to defeat this person with his means. Don't worry. I still have this bit of self-awareness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Then let's leave quickly. While he is at the Blood Lake, we don't have to worry about him ambushing us on the way. Shuegang said. There's no hurry. I'll go down and find out about the situation first. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said. You, Shuegang looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and anger. Don't be like this. I won't be rash. If I really can't enter the lake, I will return to the ancient city immediately. Qin Feiyang smiled. What if he finds out? Shuegang said. He won't. Moreover, there's still the unicorn. Even if he finds out, with its speed, it won't be a problem for us to escape. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Shuegang sighed helplessly and looked at the unicorn. Do you have a supreme level auxiliary divine art? No. The unicorn shook its head and said, but I have a legendary level auxiliary divine art. Your speed is already one level faster than living beings of the same realm. With a legendary level auxiliary divine art, you should be able to compete with the black-clothed middle-aged man in speed. Alright then. Protect brother Qin well. When we reach the ancient city, I will ask the King of Hell to reward you with a supreme level auxiliary divine art. Shuegang looked at the unicorn and said. The unicorn was stunned and instantly became excited. Don't worry. Leave Boss Qin's safety to me. No one will be able to harm him. Shuegang smiled and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Chapter 2648. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and took an illusory form elixir. Soon, he turned into Li Bu. The unicorn looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and thought, the elixirs developed by you humans are really magical. You haven't seen elixirs before? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Of course I have. When the dragons entered the Nether King's hell, we knew that there was something called elixirs in this world. A few years ago, I also hunted a few humans and found a lot of elixirs in their Qian Kuan rings. However, no one in the Nether King's hell can refine elixirs. The unicorn transmitted its voice. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I'll give you some elixirs when the time comes. What kind of elixirs? The unicorn asked. I'll give you whatever elixirs you want. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Okay. The unicorn nodded. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Now, shrink your body and hide in my arms. Is there a need to do this? The unicorn was taken aback and asked suspiciously. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded, but then looked at the unicorn and said, Don't tell me you can't change the size of your body like the blood demon race. We can. The unicorn said. Qin Feiyang stared at the middle-aged man in black and transmitted his voice. Then hurry up, I want to confirm something. Confirm what? The unicorn was surprised. Confirm his origin. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Although everyone knew Li Bu's identity, only the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace knew that Li Bu was Qin Feiyang. If the middle-aged man in black saw him later and still tried to kill him, it meant that the middle-aged man in black was definitely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. The unicorn shrunk its body to the size of a palm and burrowed into Qin Feiyang's arms, restraining its aura. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and rushed downwards with a whoosh. Immediately. Soon, someone discovered Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. Li Bu? Hearing the voice, almost everyone present raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang, including the black-clothed middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang had been paying attention to the expression of the middle-aged man in black. The black-clothed middle-aged man was actually smiling at him, as if he was very friendly. What happened? Did I guess wrong? Is he not from the dragon-slaying palace? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Li Bu, come to us, come to us. Suddenly, A woman in black waved at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang followed his gaze. The woman in black was quite beautiful. She had an oval face and phoenix eyes. She was dressed in a tight suit and her hair was tied up. She looked extremely capable. Her cultivation was at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. There were 50 to 60 people beside the woman in black. All of them were outstanding and had extraordinary temperaments. Their cultivation was basically at the peak of the 9 heavens realm. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and landed in front of the woman in black. He asked suspiciously, "May I ask who you are?" The woman in black smiled and said, "My name is Li Yu, a disciple of the 10th island." A disciple of the 10th island? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Is it the Dragon God Palace in the north?" "Of course. Otherwise, why would I call you over?" Li Yu said. "Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. It was said that the people on the 10th island were all peerless talent. "Li Bu, what's going on with your cultivation? I remember that before entering the Nether King's Hell, you were still an immortal. How did you break through to the initial 9 heavens realm so quickly?" A young man in purple next to Li Yu looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. "What? Initial 9 heavens realm?" When Li Yu and the others heard this, they also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. They didn't know until they saw it, but they were shocked. He really was at the initial 9 heavens realm. I was lucky to come to the Nether King's Hell and get a lot of opportunities. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There are so many of us, but none of us have encountered such a good thing. You're really lucky." The young man in purple shook his head and said with a smile, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Chuan, also a disciple of the 10th island. They are also from the Dragon God Palace in the north. I'm from the 3rd island. I'm from the 6th island. I'm from the 8th island." The other dozens of people also introduced themselves. "Nice to meet you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands one by one. It could be seen that these people were led by Wang Chuan and Li Yu. That was to be expected. After all, Li Yu and Wang Chuan were from the 10th island, so their status was different. "Brother Li, did you meet anyone from the Dragon God Palace along the way?" Li Yu asked. "I met a few, but..." When Qin Feiyang said this, a trace of sadness appeared in his eyes. "Did something happen to them?" Li Yu asked. "Yes. They either died in the hands of the blood demons or the claws of the beasts. Although I want to help them, there's nothing I can do." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You don't have to blame yourself. The danger of the Nether King's Hell is beyond our imagination. You're lucky to be able to survive." Wang Chuan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and comforted him. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed. Someone asked, "Then did you meet your master, Yi Zhong, Grand Hall Master?" "No. I've been looking for him too." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then, Brother Li, when you find the Grand Hall Master, can you take us with you?" Someone looked at Qin Feiyang in a flattering manner. Obviously. These people wanted to find a backer. "Of course. We're brothers from the same sect." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Thank you. Everyone says that Brother Li is unreasonable. I think they're just talking nonsense." "Yeah. In this world, there's no one more loyal than Brother Li." A group of people flattered and fawned over him. I'm ashamed. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at Li Yu and Wang Chuan, and asked suspiciously, "What are you guys doing here?" Wang Chuan was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Don't you know?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then why did you come to the Blood Lake?" Wang Chuan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I happened to pass by." "I see. Then you really bumped into it." Wang Chuan pointed to the Blood Lake outside the forest and asked, "Do you see that Blood Lake?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Lake and nodded. Wang Chuan whispered, "It's said that there's a divine object hidden under the Blood Lake." "Divine object?" Qin Feiyang pretended to be surprised and asked, "Did you guys see it with your own eyes?" "No. We also tried to enter the bottom of the lake, but we were blocked outside by a mysterious force." Wang Chuan shook his head regretfully. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "It can't be. What kind of mysterious force is this, to be able to block you guys outside?" This Wang Chuan was also at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. We're also puzzled. We've tried everything, but we just can't get close to the bottom of the lake. So we're waiting for more people to come. When the time comes, let's join forces and see if we can force our way in. Wang Chuan said. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood lake and muttered, in that case, there must be treasures at the bottom of the lake. Definitely. Wang Chuan said. Li Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Junior brother Li, why don't you try? Me? Qin Feiyang was stunned and waved his hand. No. If you guys can't do anything, what can I do? This has nothing to do with cultivation. It's an opportunity. If you're fated with that divine object, you can reach the bottom of the lake without doing anything. Li Yu said. Opportunity, Qin Feiyang muttered and looked at everyone. Is that so? Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood lake again and pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll try. Come, let's go. We'll go with you. Wang Chuan dragged Qin Feiyang and walked towards the lake. Li Yu and dozens of other people hurriedly followed. Where are they going? Wait, they seem to be taking Li Biyu to the blood lake. Could it be they want Li Biyu to go to the bottom of the lake? Don't be delusional. Who hasn't tried to come here? No one can reach the bottom of the lake. Someone sneered. You can't say that. After all, this Li Biyu is different from ordinary people. That's right. If he's not outstanding in any way, would Yi Zhong accept him as a disciple? Let's go and take a look. Maybe he'll be lucky and really reach the bottom of the lake. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang's group and whispered for a while before following. Soon, Qin Feiyang followed Li Yu and the others to the lake. The surface of the lake was very calm. As the gentle breeze blew over, ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Li Yu and Wang Chuan looked at each other. Wang Chuan turned to look at the people following behind and frowned slightly. Now, except for the people of the Northern Dragon God Palace, no one is allowed to approach the Blood Lake. Why? I'm from the Southern Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Western Dragon God Palace. I'm from the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Can't we get close? You people from the Northern Dragon God Palace, don't be too overbearing. Someone was immediately dissatisfied. Why? Wang Chuan smiled coldly and said, because Li Biyu is the disciple of the Grand Hall Master. Do you have a problem with that? Hearing this, the people of the Dragon God Palace immediately looked at Qin Feiyang with some fear in their eyes. The disciple of the Grand Hall Master was an existence below one of the 4 Dragon God Palaces. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. His eyes swept across the crowd and soon noticed that the middle-aged man in black was also mixed in with the crowd. He was very low-key. No one at the scene cared about him. But Qin Feiyang couldn't ignore him, because he had personally experienced this person's strength. With his strength alone, he could probably kill everyone here. You want to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? Don't be delusional. I won't let you get what you want. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and turned to look at the blood lake. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. The reason why the middle-aged man in black stayed here was definitely because he had his eyes on the blood lake. And hiding in the crowd in such a low-key manner meant that he had no way to enter the bottom of the lake. In other words, like Li Yu and the others, the middle-aged man in black was waiting for an opportunity. If he didn't come, the middle-aged man in black might have succeeded. But since he came, he would definitely not let the middle-aged man in black get the divine object at the bottom of the lake. Chapter 2649. Wang Chuan looked at the group of people who were stunned, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smug smile. He turned his head to look at the dozens of people beside him and whispered, Li Yu and I will take Li Biyu into the blood lake. You guys stay here and don't let anyone come close before we come out. Understood. The dozens of people nodded. Wang Chuan looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Junior brother Li, let's go down. Qin Feiyang said. At that moment, Wang Chuan and Li Yu took Qin Feiyang and rushed into the blood lake. The others also wanted to follow. But the other dozens of people stood in a row in front of them and said, if you dare to take another step forward, don't blame us for being ruthless. You guys are going too far. The The group of people was extremely angry. In the lake water also contained an extremely strong evil force. The moment they entered the blood lake, Li Yu opened a divine barrier to isolate the lake water. However, although it could isolate the lake water, the evil force could still seep in. Junior brother Li, don't worry. Although this evil force is terrifying, it won't pose a fatal threat to us for a while. Wang Chuan smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the barrier couldn't block the invasion of the evil force, because of the barrier, their field of vision became very wide. Qin Feiyang sank while looking around. It was dead silent all around. There wasn't even a trace of a ferocious beast. But Qin Feiyang felt an inexplicable aura. This aura came from the bottom of the lake. After about a few breaths, Qin Feiyang suddenly felt that there was a force blocking the bottom, unable to continue sinking. This is that mysterious force, Wang Chuan said. Qin Feiyang looked down outside the barrier. Outside the barrier, there was still an endless blood-red lake water. This explained. This mysterious force was invisible. Junior brother Li, do you have a way? Wang Chuan looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang was silent. He walked to the front of the barrier, raised his arm, and gradually passed through the barrier. When his finger passed through the barrier and was enveloped by the lake water, an astonishing evil force rushed into his body like a tide. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The evil energy here was even more terrifying than the evil energy in the blood-colored passageway when he entered the Nether King's hell. He didn't dare to hesitate. His entire arm passed through the barrier and pressed down. Immediately, in the lake, he came into contact with an invisible barrier. Furthermore, he could sense an obscure aura within the barrier. This is a seal. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. That's right. After careful identification, this was indeed the aura of the seal. Previously, the madman and the ingrate had told him that the Ghost King had said that anything sealed in the Netherworld King's hell was basically a heaven-defying divine item. And before, the inexplicable aura he felt was the aura of this seal. How is it? Wang Chuan asked. Qin Feiyang retracted his arm. While refining the evil force in his body, he looked at Wang Chuan and Li Yu and said, "There is the aura of the seal." "We know that." Li Yu and Wang Chuan nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly flickered. It seemed that these two people didn't know about the situation in the hell. Because, if the two of them knew that a seal meant a heaven-defying treasure, they would definitely be even crazier. And it wasn't just the two of them. The people outside definitely didn't know. However, did the middle-aged man in black know? Seeing Qin Feiyang remain silent, Wang Chuan furrowed his brows and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Li, just say it. Is there a way to break the barrier and go to the bottom of the lake?" Qin Feiyang once again stretched his arm out of the barrier and pressed on the invisible barrier. Divine power rolled out. With a boom, the surrounding lake water suddenly surged. But the invisible barrier didn't have the slightest reaction. Sure enough, with my cultivation base, it's impossible to break it by force. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at Wang Chuan and Li Yu, he said, "It seems that we can only let everyone try together." A trace of disappointment crept up in their eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "However, we can first take a look at what is at the bottom of the lake." "How?" The two of them were suspicious. "Isn't that simple? Dry the blood lake." Qin Feiyang smiled. Dry the blood lake? Wang Chuan and Li Yu were stunned, and then patted their heads. That's right. If they drained the blood lake, wouldn't they be able to see the situation at the bottom of the lake? Why didn't they think of such a simple logic? What a fool. Let's go up. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Chuan and Li Yu nodded and brought Qin Feiyang out of the blood lake like lightning, standing above the blood lake. How is it? The dozens of people from the Dragon God Palace in the north immediately looked at the three of them. The others also looked at Qin Feiyang and the other two. Li Yu shook his head. I knew it. Even us at the Greater Success 9 Heaven State, the Perfection 9 Heaven State and even the Peak 9 Heaven State can't reach the bottom of the lake, let alone Li Biu who has just reached the 9 Heaven State. But this guy's cultivation speed is really amazing. Everyone shook their heads and muttered. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment crept up in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black. But Qin Feiyang and the other two turned a deaf ear to these discussions. The three of them scanned the blood lake. Senior brother Li, the diameter of the blood lake is 500,000 miles, and it's estimated to be a few thousand feet deep. It won't be easy to dry it, and if it evaporates, it may be even more difficult. After all, the lake water contains an extremely dense evil power. Li Yu frowned. Can't you make a slight change? It's not like we have to dry it or evaporate it. We can just move the lake water away. Can't you do it with your cultivation? Qin Feiyang felt helpless. What kind of people are they? They're all so stubborn. Be more flexible. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Chuan was slightly startled, then nodded and said with an embarrassed smile, "We're indeed a little confused." "Don't laugh at us, don't laugh at us." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He took a few steps back and said, "Then let's begin." The two of them nodded, and their divine power surged toward the blood lake below. What are they doing? Everyone was about to return to the camp, but when they saw Wang Chuan and Li Yu's actions, they couldn't help but look at them suspiciously. Splash! Boom! As their divine power surged into the blood lake, the water suddenly surged. Rise! A moment later, Li Yu and Wang Chuan suddenly roared, and the water of the blood lake slowly rose. So they're moving the water of the blood lake. Then we'll be able to see the divine item at the bottom of the lake. Damn it! Why didn't I think of such a simple thing? When they saw this scene, everyone was enlightened, and they were all extremely annoyed. Dozens of breaths later, all the water of the lake rose. Li Yu and Wang Chuan looked at each other and waved their hands. All the water of the lake immediately surged into the distance like a sea of blood. The diameter of the blood lake was 500,000 miles. It was hard to imagine how much water there was in the lake. It was a devastating disaster for the land in the distance. When the water of the lake descended, the mountains and rivers collapsed one after another like straw. It was like a scene of a tsunami. Countless beasts were affected. Although it wasn't fatal, they were all in an extremely sorry state. However, this was not the problem that Li Yu and the others were concerned about. They were only concerned about what was at the bottom of the lake. The moment the water of the lake was moved away, everyone looked down at the bottom of the lake. After the water of the lake was moved, the blood lake now became a huge sinkhole. However, there was still some water at the bottom of the lake. After all, the lake was so big that it was impossible to move all the water away. At the center of the bottom, there was a blood-red boundary. So it's not invisible. Qin Feiyang muttered. He always thought that the boundary at the bottom of the lake was invisible. It turned out that because the boundary and the lake were both blood-red, they were mixed together and could not be distinguished. The blood-red boundary could be hundreds of feet wide. Inside the boundary, there was a vacuum, and there was not a drop of lake water. Whoosh! Everyone flew around the boundary and looked inside. Although the boundary was blood-red, they could vaguely see that in the center of the boundary, there was a stone platform several meters high. On the stone platform, there seemed to be something like a box. It must be a heaven-defying divine object. Qin Feiyang muttered secretly, because he recognized that the aura of the seal came from the box on the stone platform. They were really lucky. They actually encountered a heaven-defying divine object. They must not let the middle-aged man in black take it away. Li Yu and Wang Chuan stared at the box with a hint of greed in their eyes. Wang Chuan glanced at everyone and said, "Now that so many people have gathered, why don't we try and see if we can break this boundary together?" Okay. No one objected. Although they did not know that there was a heaven-defying divine object in the box, they could imagine that what was hidden here was definitely not ordinary. Everyone wanted to take it for themselves. "Then let's begin," Wang Chuan said. Boom. Immediately, waves of aura burst out. Even the divine lords and paragon gods were not idle. There were thousands of people. Divine techniques, divine power, divine artifacts. One could imagine what kind of scene it was. The world was instantly drowned by the terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang also evolved the fire-thunder divine technique. But he did not use his full strength. Because there were so many people here, if they could really break it open, it would not be short of his strength. Similarly, if they could not break it open, it would be useless even if there was one more person. His attention was all on the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black also released his divine power, looking very serious. However, he could hide it from the others, but he could not hide it from Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could tell at a glance that this person was simply putting on an act. Kill! Wang Chuan roared. Boom! In an instant, all of the divine techniques, divine power, and divine artifacts blasted toward the boundary. Accompanied by a loud noise, the surrounding void suddenly began to shatter, and the earth trembled violently. However, when the dust fell, the boundary was actually intact. Chapter 2650. How is this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Who was the one who set up this barrier? Thousands of people working together couldn't break it. What should we do? Should we just give up? Someone asked helplessly. Give up? If you want to give up, then give up. I won't give up anyway. Yeah. We've been here for so long. If we give up now, I won't be satisfied. Someone else said. Wang Chuan glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, now it's time for us to work together. Work together? Wang Chuan, are you talking in your sleep? Who was it just now, relying on Li Buo's support to block us out of the Blood Lake? Now you're asking us to work together. Don't you think it's funny? Someone immediately mocked. Wang Chuan's eyes darkened and said, if you want to argue, I don't care. At most, we don't want this divine item. Can you all calm down? The most important thing now is to find a way to break this barrier. Wang Chuan, since you've already spoken, you must have an idea. Tell us quickly. An old man said. I believe that there must be a lot of people in this area. Let's split up and look for them now. Whether it's the god of war or the ultimate god, call them all over. When we find more people, we'll break this barrier together. Wang Chuan said. Makes sense. Although this barrier is very strong, as long as we have enough people, I believe we can break it. Someone nodded in agreement. Then let's go. For safety's sake, those below the 9 heavens realm should stay here obediently. After all, the beasts of hell are not to be trifled with. Don't lose your life before you find them. Wang Chuan said. Okay, let's go. At that moment, the 9 heavens realm cultivators present formed groups of 2s and 3s and flew in all directions. They formed groups to take care of each other. Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu and said, you stay here and protect junior brother Li. Also, watch the barrier. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Wang Chuan then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, junior brother Li, your life is very precious. You must protect yourself well. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Wang. Qin Feiyang smiled. He knew that Wang Chuan cared about him so much not because of him, but because of Yi Zhong. Wang Chuan waved his hand and left with the other middle-aged men. The middle-aged men were all in the 9 heavens realm. After Li Yu sent Wang Chuan off, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, junior brother Li, speaking of which, we are still from the same family. Same family? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yeah. Your surname is Li, so is mine. Maybe our ancestors were even blood brothers. Li Yu smiled. Qin Feiyang laughed and nodded, perhaps there is such a possibility. Li Yu said, then in the future, I hope that junior brother Li can speak up for me in front of the Grand Hall Master. Qin Feiyang said, since we are all from the same family, of course. Senior brother Li, let's go back to the camp. When you entered the Blood Lake just now, there must be a lot of evil energy that entered your body. You have to refine it in time. Li Yu was quite happy. As long as he had a relationship with Qin Feiyang, it was equivalent to having a relationship with the Grand Hall Master. In the future, he would definitely be taken care of in the Dragon God Palace. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and followed Li Yu back to the camp. The camp was not far from the Blood Lake, only half a mile away. With their cultivation, it was only a step away. On the way back to the camp, Qin Feiyang glanced at the middle-aged man in black again. The middle-aged man in black stood in the crowd, keeping a low profile. Even if someone passed by him, He would not take a second look. Senior Sister Li Yu, that person's cultivation seems to be at the Nine Heavens realm. Why didn't you go look for him? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said in a low voice. Li Yu was stunned and looked over. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, You. There were more than 1,000 people left in the camp, their cultivation levels ranging from transcendent to divine lord. Hearing Li Yu's shout, they immediately looked over. The middle-aged man in black also looked at Li Yu. It's you. Li Yu looked at the middle-aged man in black. Me? The middle-aged man was stunned and asked suspiciously, What about me? Everyone at the Nine Heavens realm has gone out to look for him. Why don't you go? And your cultivation level seems to be at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm? Do you want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Li Yu said angrily. Then why don't you go? The middle-aged man in black said unhappily. Nonsense. Can't you see that I'm protecting Junior Brother Li? Junior Brother Li is the Grand Hall Master's disciple. How can someone like you compare to him? Go now, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Yu shouted with a stern expression. The middle-aged man in black frowned and looked a little unhappy. However, Qin Feiyang felt very comfortable. Because he could imagine how angry the middle-aged man in black was right now. He was obviously a super powerful expert, but he was mercilessly scolded by a mere disciple of the Dragon God Palace. Didn't you hear? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Li Yu said angrily. Okay. I'll go. The middle-aged man in black nodded and turned to leave in horror. This is outrageous. Li Yu snorted and then turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Junior Brother Li, I heard that you're very close to Yi Shuai-er. Yi Shuai-er? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Don't play dumb. You live with Yi Shuai-er, don't you know her? Li Yu said. Live together? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a wry smile, Senior Sister Li, don't talk nonsense. If Master hears it, he'll skin me alive. Li Yu smiled and said, Isn't it normal for a man to love a woman? It's a misunderstanding. Yi Shuai-er just lives next door to me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Is that all? But why did I hear that you guys seem to? Li Yu smiled ambiguously. Really? Yi Shuai-er is Master's granddaughter, and she, isn't that messing up the seniority? Besides, I'm not interested in her. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Li Yu heard this and asked with a smile, Then what kind of woman are you interested in? This, Qin Feiyang didn't know how to answer for a moment. Li Yu blushed and asked, Then what do you think of me? This, Qin Feiyang didn't expect that Li Yu would suddenly ask such a question. Was she trying to seduce him so blatantly? This woman was really scary. Why don't you tell me? Li Yu looked at Qin Feiyang with flirtatious eyes. Her meaning was quite obvious. If Qin Feiyang was willing, he could get her now. But Qin Feiyang was very clear. Li Yu did this not because she liked him at all, but because of his identity and status. The identity of the disciple of the Chief Hall Master of Divine Dragon Island was coveted by countless people. Besides, Qin Feiyang already had a lover and was not interested in other women at all. Back then, Lu Hong, Wang Yu-er, Shangguan Qiu, which one of them wasn't a peerless beauty? And they all paid a lot for him. Especially Lu Hong and Wang Yu-er. For him, they suffered a lot. Although their cultivation was not as good as Li Yu's, in terms of appearance, Li Yu was not on the same level as them at all. Even so, he couldn't have feelings for Lu Hong and the others. He had always treated them as sisters and friends, not to mention Li Yu, who he had just met. Moreover, he was more disgusted with women like Li Yu who wanted to use their body in exchange for benefits. Naturally, he couldn't be interested. Junior Brother Li, am I not beautiful enough? However, Li Yu not only didn't realize it, but also hugged Qin Feiyang's arm with both arms. Qin Feiyang could feel that soft thing. Senior Sister Li, cough cough, I feel that the evil force is about to corrode my soul. I have to refine it quickly. Qin Feiyang quickly found an excuse to push Li Yu away, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and contacted the evil force. Li Yu couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. But soon, she regained her confidence. She was very confident in her appearance and figure. He also thought that Qin Feiyang just couldn't bring himself to lose face. After all, they had just met. And there were so many people watching around. When they had a chance to be alone in the future, this person would definitely return to his nature. Men. They were all the same. Who didn't like this? Especially a mature woman like her. Thinking of this, Li Yu's face became more confident. Then she sat next to Qin Feiyang, closed her eyes and meditated. Did you see that? Li Yu wants to hook up with Li Bu. Do I need you to say that? I'm not blind. If Wang Chuan saw this scene, he would definitely explode with anger. Yeah. Although Wang Chuan hasn't said it, anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is interested in Li Yu. Wang Chuan is not bad. He has talent and strength. The only pity is that he doesn't have an identity like Li Bu. People around looked at Qin Feiyang and Li Yu and kept discussing secretly. Time passed day by day. Qin Feiyang still didn't open his eyes because he could feel that Li Yu seemed to be brewing something. Naturally, he couldn't give Li Yu the chance. Half a month later. Whoosh. A group of people flew over from the mountains in a grandiose manner. The leader was the middle-aged man in black. Behind him were 500 to 600 people, half of whom were in the ninth heaven realm. The rest were almost all paragon gods. Not bad. Li Yu opened her eyes, got up, and looked at the middle-aged man in black in surprise. Just lucky, just lucky. The middle-aged man in black smiled obsequiously. Li Yu asked, "Did you explain the situation to them?" Yes. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Li Yu said expressionlessly, "Then go and refine the evil power in your body." Okay. The middle-aged man in black nodded, walked to a corner, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Qin Feiyang also looked at the middle-aged man in black and couldn't help but want to laugh. He was such a strong person, but he had to make himself so humble. If it were anyone else, they would have flipped out in the face of Li Yu's attitude. To be honest, this person's patience was really admirable. Chapter 2651. Half a year later. The people who went out came back one after another. Basically, they would bring hundreds or even thousands of people back. Whoosh. On this day, Wang Chuan finally returned. He brought back more people, more than 2,000 people. Most of them were in the nine heavens realm. This force could not be underestimated. Thank you for your hard work. Li Yu stood up and greeted him with a smile. It's nothing. Wang Chuan waved his hand with a trace of tenderness in his eyes. If it was in the past, Li Yu would have accepted it, but now, she was avoiding it. What's wrong with you? Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu's abnormality and asked suspiciously. It's nothing. Li Yu shook her head. Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu, nodded, and asked, how many people haven't come back? Li Yu thought for a while and said, there are still 50 or 60 people who haven't come back. Then I'm afraid they're fine. Wang Chuan said. After all, the blood demon tribe was still chasing after the humans. It had been so long, and they hadn't come back yet, so they must have been doomed. Yes. Li Yu nodded. There was not the slightest bit of pain on their faces. Because these people were just pawns used by them. It was naturally best if they could live and contribute to breaking the barrier. It didn't matter if they died outside. Wang Chuan turned his head and glanced at the people in the camp. There were 50 or 60,000 people in this camp. With this force, it should be enough to break the barrier. Wang Chuan retracted his gaze and looked at Li Yu. Then let's not wait, get ready to start. Okay. Li Yu nodded. Wang Chuan rose into the air and shouted, everyone, please listen to me. At that moment, everyone stood up and looked up at Wang Chuan. Whether we can break the barrier or not depends on this. I hope everyone can work together. After breaking the barrier, we will discuss how to distribute this divine object. Wang Chuan said. There is only one divine object, and there are so many of us. How do you think we should distribute it? Someone immediately asked. Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows. This was originally just to encourage everyone, but he didn't expect someone to raise a question. Li Yu said, it's hard to explain now. Let's break the barrier first. I know I won't get a share of the divine items here. But I'm not asking for much. Give me 10,000 divine life pills, and I'll do you a favor. A middle-aged man said. This person had a half step into the nine heavens realm. The fact that he could see this clearly showed that he was a smart person. There were a few thousand peak nine heavens realms in this camp. Only these people had the ability to snatch it. As for the others, they didn't even have the qualifications to touch it. 10,000 divine life pills? Wang Chuan smiled coldly. He looked down at the middle-aged man and asked, "Are you worth this price?" In the outside world, the divine life pill wasn't worth much, but in the Nether King Hell, it was extremely precious. Because this was a life-saving pill. Although many people had prepared a lot in advance, after more than 100 years of consumption, there was not much left. Of course. A genius disciple of the 10th island like Wang Chuan would definitely have prepared more divine life pills than others. Therefore, it was inevitable that some people would take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. "You're not giving it to me? Then I'll leave now." The middle-aged man snorted. "Sure. Go, I won't stop you." Wang Chuan smiled coldly. "Fine, I'll leave. Who cares?" After saying that, the middle-aged man immediately flew into the air. Wang Chuan didn't stop him, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, a divine power appeared, and the middle-aged man immediately screamed in agony as his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. "If you want to leave, you have to wait until the formation is broken." A cold voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who attacked was a middle-aged man who was also at the peak nine heavens realm. "That's right. After the formation is broken, you can stay or leave. We won't interfere." Another peak nine heavens realm stood out and looked coldly at the crowd. "But if you want to leave, let's see if you have the ability to do so." Those who were at the peak nine heavens realm walked out one after another, their eyes flashing with intense cold light. Looking at this formation, those below the Great Perfection Nine Heavens realm were all terrified. A faint smile appeared on Wang Chuan's face. He had long expected this scene. In fact, everyone knew that only the peak Nine Heavens realm had the ability to fight for this divine object. As for the others, they were just here to do free labor. And now, the divine object was right in front of them, and they were just short of breaking the formation. How could these peak nine heavens realm allow anyone to jump out and cause trouble at this time? So if they wanted to leave, they had to break the formation first. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Who else has an opinion? Wang Chuan glanced at the crowd and asked. No one dared to speak. This was the law of survival of the fittest. In front of the strong, the weak had no right to choose, let alone the capital to resist. All they could do was listen. Since no one has an opinion, let's begin. After saying that, Wang Chuan turned around and flew toward the formation. The others could only helplessly follow. Because they didn't dare to not go. The thousands of peak nine heavens realm cultivators were watching covetously. If they were a step slower, they might lose their lives. Junior brother Li, if the formation is really broken, there will definitely be a battle immediately. You have to be careful. Li Yu walked in front of Qin Feiyang and warned. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course, he knew this. As soon as the formation was broken, the battle would immediately begin. And the black-clothed middle-aged man would definitely make a move. At the same time, a young man glanced at Li Yu and Qin Feiyang, then flew to Wang Chuan's side with a flattering smile and said in a low voice, Brother Wang, there's something I want to tell you. What is it? Wang Chuan was suspicious. The young man moved closer to Wang Chuan's ear and whispered a few words. What? Wang Chuan was furious and said telepathically, Are you sure? Yes. If you don't believe me, you can ask. Many people saw it with their own eyes. We also feel that it's unfair for you. This Li Biao, other than being Yi Zhong's disciple, what else can he do? Is Li Yu blind? She actually threw herself at him. The young man snorted. Damn it. Wang Chuan glanced behind him and saw that Li Yu and Qin Feiyang were actually walking together. A cold light flashed across his eyes. However, he did not make a move. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he directly landed on top of the formation. This showed that Wang Chuan was also a person who could endure, because if he made a move now, it would definitely affect the plan. The others also landed on top of the formation one after another. Li Yu said telepathically, "Junior brother Li, stand next to me, I will protect you later." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly, he felt a murderous intent and quickly looked around, but he did not find anyone looking at him. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was a little suspicious and could not help but glance at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Could it be that this person revealed his killing intent? "Everyone, let's do it," Wang Chuan shouted. Boom. 50 to 60,000 people immediately used their methods. Divine power, divine arts, divine artifacts, some even activated their battle soul. The terrifying aura was countless times more terrifying than the last time. Kill. Following Wang Chuan's low roar, all the methods madly bombarded the formation. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang, the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was directly razed to the ground. Dust and smoke billowed, covering the sky and the sun. This fierce bombardment lasted for more than 10 breaths before it ended. After it ended, Wang Chuan and a group of peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivators could not wait to disperse the dust that filled the void. But when the formation was revealed, everyone present could not help but look shocked. The formation was still there. Qin Feiyang also found it unbelievable. One had to know. Right now, there were 50 to 60,000 people here, among which there were thousands of peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivators. Even such a lineup could not break the formation? No. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stared at a certain spot on the formation, where there seemed to be a small crack. "Look, there is a crack. Our attack is effective. Soon." Another person discovered the crack and immediately shouted excitedly, "There is really a crack." Everyone fixed their eyes and immediately became excited. "Quick! Strike while the iron is hot," Wang Chuan roared. The 50 to 60,000 people once again organized the next wave of attacks. "Let me tell you. Don't play tricks with me. If you don't break this formation, no one will be able to leave." Suddenly, another peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivator shouted, "Play tricks." Wang Chuan raised his eyebrows and glanced at the people around, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. That's right. There were indeed many people who were playing tricks, but they did not use their full strength. Because in their opinion, they did not have a share of this divine item anyway, so why should they work so hard and let these peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivators benefit? But they did not expect that someone would see through them. And when they heard the words of the peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivator and felt the terrifying murderous intent of Wang Chuan, they did not dare to play tricks anymore. Because they knew the characters of these people too well. To these people, killing them was like killing a dog. They would not hesitate or sympathize with them. In order to survive, they had to obediently break the formation. Boom. Clang. A wave of terrifying and monstrous attacks once again blasted towards the formation. Except for Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed middle-aged man, everyone used almost all their strength. Crack. The effect this time was indeed different. An ear-piercing crisp sound was immediately heard from the formation. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Especially Wang Chuan and a group of peak Ninth Heaven's Realm cultivators, they were already prepared to snatch it. A bunch of ignorant fools. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes also had a hint of ridicule. Qin Feiyang had been monitoring the black-clothed middle-aged man. Seeing the ridicule in his eyes, he immediately said to Li Yu secretly, "Senior Sister Li, be careful of him." "Who?" Li Yu was secretly shocked. Qin Feiyang calmly pointed at the black-clothed middle-aged man. Li Yu followed his gaze and a trace of disdain immediately crawled up in her eyes. She transmitted her voice, "What's there to be careful of trash like him?" Trash? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This Li Yu was too arrogant. However, there was no other way. Who asked the black-clothed middle-aged man to be so timid? This disguise, if Qin Feiyang had not known the black-clothed middle-aged man's strength in advance, even he would have been deceived. "Senior Sister Li, you can't judge a book by its cover," Qin Feiyang said meaningfully, then did not speak again and lowered his head to look at the formation. It was also a kind reminder. As for whether Li Yu could listen to it or not, it had nothing to do with him. Chapter 2652. Cracks had already spread all over the barrier. But it didn't collapse. It was still tenacious. One last wave. Wang Chuan shouted excitedly. The third wave of attacks was quickly organized. Success is now. Shatter it. Thousands of Peak 9 Heavens cultivators couldn't help but shout. Boom. Clang. Then. Thousands of divine arts, divine weapons, and surging divine powers crazily smashed against the barrier. With a loud crack, the barrier finally broke. When the dust settled, the box on the stone platform was also clearly revealed. It was a long iron box. It was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. Its entire body was black and simple, but it exuded an obscure aura. It was the energy of the seal. I'll kill whoever dares to take it from me. Wang Chuan suddenly let out a roar and rushed towards the iron box like a bolt of lightning. Chem. You have to be able to do that. Who would be afraid of Wang Chuan in front of a divine object? As soon as Wang Chuan moved, all the Peak 9 Heavens cultivators immediately rushed towards the iron box. Dozens of them directly used their divine arts and attacked Wang Chuan. Boom. Wang Chuan was blown away and blood spurted out of his mouth. You're courting death. Wang Chuan was furious. He stepped forward and his black hair danced in the wind like a demon. Roar. As his divine power surged, a black dragon appeared. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. This is a supreme-level divine art. Everyone was shocked. A supreme-level divine art was extremely rare even in the divine land. It could even be said that, except for the major forces and the Dragon God Palace, there were basically none. Unless you were extremely lucky and obtained a supreme-level divine art by chance, you wouldn't be able to buy it from others no matter how rich you were. What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. Can't we beat him alone? Let's work together and kill him first. Someone shouted. That's right. Let's kill the strongest one first, then we'll rely on our own abilities. In just a moment, thousands of Peak 9 Heavens cultivators reached a consensus. Legendary divine techniques, pinnacle divine techniques, legendary divine artifacts, and pinnacle divine artifacts, all of them madly attacked Wang Chuan. Even though Wang Chuan had grasped a supreme-grade deity technique, he still wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Puff. Very soon. Like a meteor, he smashed into the ground below. The strongest. Is Wang Chuan really the strongest? Qin Feiyang mumbled as he glanced at the black-robed middle-aged man. The strongest had yet to make a move. As for those below the 9 Heavens realm, they had already retreated far away. In other words, those who remained here were all at the Peak 9 Heavens realm. As for the battle of the Perfection 9 Heavens realm, the others could not interfere. Even the shockwaves of a battle at the Great Perfection 9th Heavens realm could kill them. Therefore, retreating was the wisest choice. Li Yu looked at Wang Chuan, who was covered in blood. His gaze darkened slightly as he said, Junior brother Li, the situation is not good. I cannot divert my attention to protect you. Withdraw from the battlefield first. I will go and help Wang Chuan. I think it's best that you and Wang Chuan don't make a move at this time. Because the two of you are from the 10th island. Once you make a move, they will definitely join hands to kill you first. Qin Feiyang thought. Then what do you think we should do? Are we just going to watch them snatch the iron box away? Li Yu asked. No one can easily snatch the iron box away. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Because the others would not allow it. For example, if one of them obtained the iron box, they would definitely be like Wang Chuan and become the target of the others. In short, only the last person alive would be able to obtain the iron box. You all deserve to die. Wang Chuan was furious. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and sent a sound transmission. Quickly stop him. All right. In the end, Li Yu still chose to believe in Qin Feiyang, and immediately brought Qin Feiyang and flew towards Wang Chuan. Seeing that Li Yu was still protecting Qin Feiyang, a trace of killing intent flashed past Wang Chuan's eyes. So the killing intent I sensed earlier came from Wang Chuan. Qin Feiyang frowned. Although the killing intent in Wang Chuan's eyes disappeared in a flash, Qin Feiyang could clearly feel it with the sharpness of the kill character tactic. But he did not understand. Why would Wang Chuan show killing intent to him for no reason? Wait. Could it be because of Li Yu? Qin Feiyang could not help but glance at Li Yu. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, Li Yu had already rushed to Wang Chuan and said in a deep voice, "Don't be in a hurry to make a move." Wang Chuan was stunned. Li Yu said, "It was junior brother Li's suggestion." Wang Chuan immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "Junior brother Li, what do you mean by this?" "Senior brother Wang, then I want to ask you, do you want to be the mantis or the oriole?" Qin Feiyang said. "Do you still need to think about it?" "Of course I'm the oriole," Wang Chuan said without hesitation. "That's right. Let them fight for it first. When they are almost dead, we will go out and reap the benefits." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "I see." Wang Chuan nodded in realization and said with a smile, "Junior brother Li is indeed amazing." "You flatter me." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Although junior brother Li's idea is very good, we have to be careful. I don't want to work so hard for so long only to benefit others in the end." Wang Chuan looked at Li Yu and said with an incomparably tender gaze, "Yes." Li Yu nodded. At that moment, Wang Chuan and Li Yu took Qin Feiyang and turned to fly away from the battlefield. Qin Feiyang finally understood. Wang Chuan's killing intent was really because of Li Yu. Because the tenderness in Wang Chuan's eyes had already explained everything. Qin Feiyang was a little helpless. This was really an unexpected disaster. He did not do anything, but he was hated by Wang Chuan. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two leave, some of the thousands of people in the Ninth Heaven Realm were still preparing to chase after them. Because Wang Chuan and Li Yu were the biggest threats. They would feel uneasy if they did not get rid of them. But, after all, this was just a temporary alliance. It was impossible for them to be truly united. The other group of people, seeing Qin Feiyang and the other two retreat, immediately rushed toward the iron box. "Haha, it's mine, it's mine." A black-clothed old man grabbed the iron box first, laughed crazily, and then was ready to escape. "Don't even think about it." Sure enough, as Qin Feiyang expected, whoever got the iron box would inevitably be besieged by others. Those Ninth Heaven Realm in the Ninth Heaven Realm who were preparing to chase after Qin Feiyang and the other two all turned around and attacked the black-clothed old man. There was no suspense. Facing the pursuit of thousands of people, the black-clothed old man died on the spot. And the iron box was snatched by a middle-aged woman. Without hesitation, she immediately activated a legendary auxiliary divine technique to escape. However, the others also had auxiliary divine techniques. The middle-aged woman died in an instant. "I'll kill you first, then take the iron box." A burly man suddenly charged toward a young man next to him. Caught off guard, the young man died on the spot. The burly man was about to kill the next person. But behind him, a sinister black-clothed old man took the opportunity to punch the burly man's head. With a crack, the burly man's blood splattered on the spot. Thus, a chaotic battle unfolded. Thousands of Ninth Heaven Realm in the Ninth Heaven Realm fought crazily, using all means possible. Every move was fatal. Every one of them was in danger. There were enemies all around. They could die at any time. As for the iron box, it fell on the ground, and for a moment, no one went to snatch it. Fortunately, we listened to junior brother Li, otherwise we would be in the same situation as them. Li Yu looked at this scene and smiled rejoicingly. A chaotic battle of thousands of people. Moreover, they were all Ninth Heaven Realm in the Ninth Heaven Realm. No matter how careful you were, it was impossible to guard against them. "Yes." Wang Chuan nodded and smiled, glancing at Qin Feiyang. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Sigh. Feeling the killing intent, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Femme fatale was indeed true. However, he didn't care much. Wang Chuan was indeed very strong, but it wasn't that easy to kill him. And compared to Wang Chuan, he cared more about the black-clothed middle-aged man. Qin Feiyang glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man. The black-clothed middle-aged man also stood in the distance and didn't make a move, silently watching the battlefield. As if he sensed something, the black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, a friendly smile appearing on his face. Qin Feiyang also smiled and nodded at the black-clothed middle-aged man. But he was extremely puzzled. The black-clothed middle-aged man had already expressed goodwill to him more than once. Could it be that his judgment was really wrong? The black-clothed middle-aged man wasn't from the Dragon Slayer Palace. But Lunatic also said that only the 10 ancestral dragons could enter the Nether King's hell. He didn't understand. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the battlefield again. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man had been expressing goodwill to him, he couldn't let his guard down. And on the battlefield, although only a short while had passed, 1/3 of the thousands of Ninth Heaven Realm perfection had been killed or injured. Looking at the constant deaths around them, many people had already felt fear and were looking for opportunities to leave the battlefield. Should I activate the concealment technique and take the opportunity to snatch the iron box? Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box again. The iron box had been drowned in blood, and there were broken limbs all around. Even if it was on the ground, no one cared about it for a while. However, after thinking about it, Qin Feiyang gave up this idea. Because the concealment technique couldn't withstand the powerful battle fluctuations. Once close to the battlefield, the concealment technique would be forcibly interrupted. At that time, not only would he not be able to snatch the iron box, but he would also be in a situation of being killed. Hundreds of breaths passed. Hundreds of people had already left the battlefield. All of them had fatal injuries on their bodies. On the surface, they had already given up, but in fact, they were all secretly recuperating, quietly waiting for an opportunity. The killing continued. Among them, there was a purple-clothed young man who was very eye-catching. Although he was also riddled with scars, no matter if he faced the enemy head-on or someone attacked him from behind, he could still narrowly avoid it. He seems a little familiar. Wang Chuan looked at the purple-clothed young man and frowned. He does look a little familiar. Li Yu nodded. Familiar. Qin Feiyang looked at Wang Chuan and Li Yu. The two looked at the purple-clothed young man while recalling. Suddenly, Wang Chuan's gaze trembled, and he said in a deep voice, "It's him, Wu Baisheng." "That's right, it's him." Reminded by Wang Chuan, Li Yu also suddenly remembered, and said, "These days, why didn't I notice that he was also in the camp?" Chapter 2653. Hearing Li Yu's words, Wang Chuan snorted coldly in his heart. "Of course you didn't notice. Because your thoughts were all on Li Bu. However, on the surface, Wang Chuan didn't show any abnormality. I guess he didn't want to attract our attention, so he hid in the crowd." After that, Wang Chuan comforted her. "You don't blame yourself. After all, there are so many people, and you can't check them one by one." "Yes." Li Yu nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at their expressions and asked suspiciously, "Can you tell me who this Wu Baisheng is?" Wu Baisheng is from the Eastern Dragon God Palace. It is said that he has half a foot in the Eternal Realm. And he also has a supreme-level divine art, a supreme-level auxiliary divine art, and a supreme-level divine artifact. In short, he is a very scary person. The Lord of the Eastern Dragon God Palace also thinks highly of him. Also, he has a younger brother named Wu Baichuan, who is also a genius of the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Li Yu explained. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said in surprise, "Wu Baichuan is his younger brother?" "Yes." Li Yu nodded. "Younger brother?" Qin Feiyang asked again. "Yes." Li Yu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and said, "Do you know Wu Baichuan?" "We've met once." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wu Baisheng. He was a little depressed. Why did the saying enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road always come true for him? How long had it been since he killed Wu Baichuan? He actually met his older brother. Wait, if Wu Baichuan was Wu Baichuan's older brother, then wasn't Wu Baisheng also from the Dragon Slayer Palace? Since he was from the Dragon Slayer Palace, didn't he also know his true identity? It seemed that he had to find a chance to get rid of this person so that he wouldn't cause trouble for him. Boom. Crack. About half an hour later. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. As for those who had disappeared, some of them had died, while the rest had escaped. One of the remaining 2 was Wu Baisheng. The other person was a burly man. He was 2 meters tall and looked like a small giant. His strength was also not bad. For a moment, he and Wu Baisheng were locked in battle. However, everyone could see that Wu Baisheng firmly held the upper hand. Furthermore, until now, Wu Baisheng had yet to take out a supreme-grade divine art. It was obvious. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Boom. Several dozen breaths later, Wu Baisheng slapped the burly man with his palm. The burly man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed into the ground below. "Someone like you dares to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself," Wu Baisheng said coldly as he rushed towards the burly man with murderous intent. "I admit defeat," the burly man roared. "It's too late." Wu Baisheng arrived in the blink of an eye and stepped on the burly man's head. With a cracking sound, the burly man's head shattered on the spot, and his soul was annihilated. "Ruthless," Qin Feiyang mumbled. He had already admitted defeat, yet he still tried to kill him. It seemed that this person was more difficult to deal with than Wu Baichuan. After the burly man died, Wu Baisheng put his hands behind his back and raised his head to look at the people in the void in the distance. There were more than 1,000 people in the void, and each of them was covered in wounds. And they were the 9 Heavens Realm experts who had fled the battlefield. Originally, they were all waiting for an opportunity. But now, when they looked at Wu Baisheng, who was like a god of war, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Wu Baisheng didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, but his contemptuous eyes vividly displayed his dominance. Whoosh! Wu Baisheng turned his gaze and looked at Li Yu and Wang Chuan. Even Li Yu and Wang Chuan couldn't help but feel nervous when they met Wu Baisheng's gaze. Wu Baisheng's strength was considered the strongest in the Eastern Dragon God Palace. Although the 2 of them were disciples of the 10th island, their strength wasn't ranked at all on the 10th island. So when they saw Wu Baisheng, they couldn't help but panic. Were they going to give up just like that? But they weren't willing to give up just like that. "Li Biyue, this is all your fault." Wang Chuan suddenly pointed the spearhead of resentment at Qin Feiyang. "My fault?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Li Yu also looked at Wang Chuan suspiciously. Wang Chuan said angrily, "If you didn't say something like a mantis or a sparrow, we wouldn't have missed such a good opportunity." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "If you and I had joined the battle before, we would have found a chance to get rid of Wu Baisheng. But now, everyone is stunned by him. If we fought him alone, even if you and I joined forces, we might not be his match. Tell me, if this isn't your fault, then whose fault is it?" Wang Chuan thought. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was the first time he had met such a ridiculous person. He forcefully pushed his own incompetence onto others. If a sneak attack worked, would Wu Baisheng have survived until now? Wu Baisheng was able to stand until the end because he was truly capable, not because of luck. If he didn't even realize this, how could he be a disciple of the 10th island? What a joke. "Why aren't you 2 doing anything?" At this moment, Wu Baisheng spoke, his hostility directed at Wang Chuan and the other man. Their faces were as dark as water. How boring. Wu Baisheng shook his head and walked towards the iron box step by step. Qin Feiyang looked at Wu Baisheng and then looked at the middle-aged man in black again. This person didn't have the intention to do anything. What was going on? Wait a minute. Wu Baisheng was Wu Baichuan's brother, so he was most likely from the Dragon Slayer Palace. If the middle-aged man in black was also from the Dragon Slayer Palace, wouldn't they know each other? Thinking about it, this was the only explanation. Otherwise, why didn't the middle-aged man in black snatch it? One had to know. With the middle-aged man's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Wu Baisheng. In other words, the background and identity of the middle-aged man in black could be determined from Wu Baisheng. If the middle-aged man in black did not attack Wu Baisheng in the end, then he must be from the Dragon Slayer Palace. In that case, during this period of time, the middle-aged man in black had expressed goodwill to him, which was actually to numb him and make him lose his guard so that he could kill him in one blow. It was also at this moment Wu Baixing finally walked in front of the iron box and bent down to grab it. At this moment, Qin Feiyang actually hoped that Wu Baixing would open the iron box. Because once the iron box was opened, the power of rule force would descend. At that time, it would be effortless to kill Wu Baixing. However, Wu Baixing did not seem to have any intention of opening the iron box. He raised his head to look at Wang Chuan and Li Yu, and said, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance, after all, you have worked so hard for so long." Wang Chuan and Li Yu looked at Wu Baixing in surprise. "As long as you can force me to take a step back, I will give you this iron box." Wu Baixing said. "As long as you can force them to take a step back, you will give them the iron box." When the people in the distance heard Wu Baixing's words, their hearts immediately surged. Just how strong was this person? He was actually so confident. In fact, even Qin Feiyang was astonished by Wu Baixing's actions. As for Wang Chuan and Li Yu, needless to say, their faces were gloomy to the extreme. This was no longer a provocation. It was a humiliation, forcing them to take action. Because the other party had already said such words. If they still did not take action, it would be equivalent to indirectly telling everyone that they did not dare, that they were incompetent, that they were afraid. That would inevitably become a joke. "I have already made such a big concession, and you still don't dare to take action. It seems that your Northern Dragon God Palace has raised a bunch of trash." Wu Baixing shook his head. "Preposterous. You want to fight, right? I'll accompany you." Wang Chuan roared, his aura surging out. Like a raging beast, he rushed towards Wu Baixing. "Don't be impulsive." Li Yu hurriedly shouted. "I'm not impulsive. I'm just pretending to be impulsive to make him careless. Later, you can take the opportunity to snatch the iron box. Once you get it, don't worry about me, run away immediately." Wang Chuan secretly replied. "What about you?" Li Yu said. "If I want to leave, he can't stop me." Wang Chuan secretly snorted, staring at Wu Baixing, his eyes full of anger. Li Yu looked at Wang Chuan's back and said, "Junior brother Li, you go first. You guys have helped me so much, how can I leave you guys alone?" Qin Feiyang said. Li Yu secretly said, "Now is not the time to be impulsive. Do you think I'm the kind of person to be impulsive? Wait for me." Qin Feiyang secretly said, then turned around and disappeared into the mountains below. Li Yu was stunned. What was he going to do? At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man watched Qin Feiyang disappear into the mountains and could not help but be stunned. Whoosh! But soon, Qin Feiyang appeared again and returned to Li Yu's side. He glanced at the black-clothed middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll accompany you." "You might lose your life, are you sure?" Li Yu frowned. "Since I dare to go, I definitely have the ability to protect myself. Don't worry, I won't drag you guys down. In fact, I might even be able to help you guys." Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. "All right then." Li Yu took a deep look at Qin Feiyang, nodded fiercely, and rushed to the battlefield with Qin Feiyang. "Why did you bring him here? To drag us down?" Wang Chuan sensed Qin Feiyang's aura, turned around, and a trace of anger immediately rose in his eyes. Even now, he still didn't forget to protect Li Bu. Was he really going to sacrifice himself? Hey, now is not the time to be jealous. Besides, you really can't compare to Li Bu. Wu Baixing's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chuan's mind. "I can't compare to him?" Wang Chuan turned around and stared at Wu Baixing. "Yes. From the fact that he was able to reach the 9 heavens state so quickly, I can tell that he's stronger than you." Wu Baixing mocked. "You're courting death." Wang Chuan's hair stood on end as his divine power surged out and a black dragon instantly appeared. Supreme level divine art. But seeing this, Wu Baixing's face was full of disdain. Divine power surged around his body and a fiery red sun quickly formed above his head. Waves of fire surged and covered the sky. It was as if the world had turned into a giant furnace. A monstrous divine power also burst out. This was Wu Baixing's supreme level divine art. Chapter 2654. Take a good look at what it means to be unstoppable. Wu Baixing roared domineeringly. The blazing sun in the sky suddenly fell and suppressed the giant black dragon. Boom! The two supreme-level divine arts clashed. The world suddenly lost its color. A destructive aura surged like a torrent, covering the sky and the earth. The ground around them cracked and caved in like a prehistoric earthquake. We're both at the peak 9 heavens state and supreme-level divine arts. Let's see how you're going to be unstoppable. Wang Chuan laughed coldly. Ignorant. Wu Baixing shook his head. Similarly, there were strong and weak supreme-level peak 9 heavens divine arts. And supreme-level divine arts also had strong and weak supreme-level divine arts. It didn't mean that the strength of both hands was the same just because the cultivation level and divine arts were the same. As Wu Baixing's voice fell, the giant black dragon suddenly screamed and then shattered into pieces, dissipating in the void. Puff! The divine art shattered, and Wang Chuan immediately suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could it be? He stared at the blazing sun, his eyes full of disbelief. You don't have the ability to fight with me at all. Wu Baixing's eyes were full of contempt. As he waved his hand, the blazing sun suddenly sank and charged toward Wang Chuan. Don't be too presumptuous. At this moment, Li Yu charged over, his divine power surging, and a white waning moon rose into the sky. A magnificent godly aura burst out of it. This was also a supreme-level divine art. Boom! The waning moon crashed into the blazing sun. Between heaven and earth, an ear-deafening sound immediately exploded. After the successive attacks of Wang Chuan and Li Yu, the blazing sun finally collapsed. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of Wu Baixing's mouth. However, his body didn't retreat a single step. Not only did he not retreat, he even took a step forward and slapped Li Yu with his palm. Do you think I don't exist? Wang Chuan shouted coldly and instantly stood beside Li Yu. He and Li Yu looked at each other, then raised their arms and attacked Wu Baixing. As for Qin Fei Yang, he didn't make a move. He stood not far away and quietly watched the battle. He noticed. Even if Wang Chuan and Li Yu joined forces, Wu Baixing wasn't afraid at all. There was even a flash of mockery in his eyes. Whoosh! Just as the three of them were about to collide, Wu Baixing suddenly began to perform a mysterious footwork. Like a ghost, he vanished from their line of sight. Wang Chuan and Li Yu were shocked. It must be a supreme-level support-type divine art. The next moment, a fatal danger came from behind. The two of them immediately felt their blood run cold. Without hesitation, they dodged to the side. But he was still a step too late. Wu Baixing put down the iron box, reached out with both hands, and patted the backs of the two men. Poof! The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were immediately sent flying, crashing into the ground in the distance. With a rumbling sound, two huge pits suddenly appeared. So strong. Supreme-grade Massacre God Art and Supreme-grade Support God Art. No matter if it's strength or speed, they are superior to Wang Chuan and Wang Chuan. Everyone was aghast. The number one person in the Eastern Dragon God Palace truly lived up to his reputation. Wu Baixing grabbed the metal box and looked at the two of them proudly. Is this all you've got? The two of them scrambled to their feet and stared at Wu Baixing with extremely cold gazes. Young man, don't be too arrogant. However, at this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Everyone looked over in surprise. Who was so reckless and dared to challenge Wu Baixing? It's him. Wang Chuan and Li Yu also looked in the direction of the voice, and their expressions immediately froze. The person who spoke was actually the middle-aged man in black. Especially Li Yu. He couldn't help but recall what Qin Fei Yang said before, to be careful of this person. Could it be that this person was really a hidden powerhouse? Qin Fei Yang also glanced at the middle-aged man in black. His eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. But no one saw this light. Wu Baixing also turned around and looked at the middle-aged man in black. He said lightly, "Are you talking to me?" "Of course." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly and landed beside Qin Fei Yang. He said, "Li Bu, I'll help you get the iron box." "Why?" Qin Fei Yang was stunned and asked suspiciously. The middle-aged man in black said secretly, because I'm a friend of your master. What? Master's friend? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. You may not know me. After all, I've been cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island. But your master has mentioned you in front of me more than once. He said that you're a talent worth cultivating. The middle-aged man in black transmitted his voice. Cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island? Qin Feiyang frowned imperceptibly. Since he was cultivating in seclusion on Divine Dragon Island, then he must be a dragon. But he didn't sense the aura of a divine dragon on this person. Wait, could this person be the same as Feng Dazhe? In other words, the middle-aged man in black was indeed a human. But because of his high cultivation and good talent, he was appreciated by Dragon Sovereign and allowed to enter Divine Dragon Island. And, in the past, Qin Feiyang had also heard people say that there were indeed humans in the Dragon God Temple. For example, the Dragon God Palaces. Any human who stepped into the imperishable realm would be taken to Divine Dragon Island. In other words, this middle-aged man in black was one of them. If that was the case, then it could completely explain all the problems. This person was a member of the dragons. When they saw his true appearance, it was normal for them to want to kill him. And when they saw his identity as Li Biyue, they would naturally express goodwill. But there was still a big doubt in this. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons didn't tell Madman about this person's existence. It was obviously impossible for Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons to deliberately hide it from Madman. Because there was no problem with Madman's identity. And Madman was the disciple of the Black Dragon ancestral dragon. So for such a small matter, Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragons didn't need to hide it from Madman. In other words, there was still a problem with this person's identity. The middle-aged man in black looked at Wu Baixing and said, seeing that you are a disciple of the Dragon God Palace, immediately put down the iron box in your hand and apologized to Li Biyue. Apologized to him? Wu Baixing looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. On what basis? On the basis that he is Yi Zhong's disciple. As a member of the Dragon God Palace, don't you know his identity and status in the Dragon God Palace? The middle-aged man in black said. I'm not convinced. Wu Baixing said in a deep voice. All right. Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. God-slaying sword formation. As the middle-aged man in black waved his hand, 100,000 battle swords appeared out of thin air. Each sword contained the power to destroy the world. This is his strength. It seems that I've really underestimated him. Li Yu muttered. As a ninth heaven realm grand perfection and also had a supreme divine art, she could tell at a glance that each sword of these 100,000 battle swords was comparable to a supreme divine artifact. However, this person was so low-key. How did Li Biyue know how powerful he was? Could it be that the two of them knew each other before? And looking at the middle-aged man in black's attitude, he was still helping Li Biyue. But since he was helping Li Biyue, why did Li Biyue warn her to be careful of this person? Wasn't this very contradictory? Li Yu really couldn't understand. Looking at the god-slaying sword formation, a trace of seriousness appeared on Wu Baixing's face. Boom. He activated the supreme divine art without hesitation. A blazing sun rose into the sky. It's useless to struggle. Your supreme divine art is indeed very powerful. But it's not at the same level as the god-slaying sword formation. The middle-aged man in black shook his head. Then let's try it. Wu Baixing roared with a ruthless force that was unwilling to admit defeat. The blazing sun suddenly collided with the god-slaying sword formation. Stupid. The middle-aged man in black sighed. But, after a sigh, the middle-aged man in black actually retreated. And in the next moment, the god-slaying sword formation and the blazing sun actually attacked Qin Feiyang at the same time. What's going on? Did he make a mistake? Shouldn't he be killing Wu Baixing? Why is he attacking Li Biyue with Wu Baixing instead? This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Li Yu and Wang Chuan were also stunned. Didn't the middle-aged man in black solemnly say that he would help Li Biyue snatch the iron box? Why did he suddenly attack Li Biyue in the blink of an eye? Did he make a mistake? How was that possible? Li Biyu wasn't invisible. He was standing beside the middle-aged man in black. How could he make a mistake? Obviously, there was something wrong here. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two supreme divine arts arrived with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang also reacted quickly. After regaining his senses, he immediately fled downwards. Boom. But one had to know. The god-slaying sword formation was one of the middle-aged man in black's strongest moves. And now, Wu Baixing was also here. Moreover, it came so suddenly. How could Qin Feiyang escape? Just as he fled to the ground below, the two supreme divine arts crashed down with a loud bang. Qin Feiyang was blasted into the ground on the spot. Dust filled the air and a desperate scream followed. He died just like that. Everyone looked down in a daze. Although it was shrouded in dust, they could no longer feel Qin Feiyang's life fluctuations. What the hell is going on? Wang Chuan was bewildered. I don't know. Li Yu shook her head. Now, her mind was also in a mess. She looked at the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing. The two of them stared down, no longer hiding the murderous intent in their eyes. Suddenly, Wu Baixing waved his hand to disperse the dust. A huge sinkhole suddenly appeared. In the sinkhole, there were no life fluctuations, no bones of Qin Feiyang, not even a drop of blood was left. Both his soul and body were destroyed. The middle-aged man in black smiled and said, "Both your soul and body are destroyed. This is what you deserve." Haha, Wu Baixing also laughed and gave the middle-aged man in black a thumbs up, saying, "Master, you're still the best. It's not that I'm good, it's that he's too stupid. With a little trick, he believed me." The middle-aged man in black laughed. What? Wu Baixing actually called him master? Their master and disciple? In other words, everything that happened before was merely an act. Their purpose was to numb Li Biyu. Everyone was shocked. These two people were crazy. They actually dared to murder Yi Zhong's disciple. Let's go. They killed Li Biyu, so they'll definitely kill us to silence us. Suddenly, Wang Chuan roared, pulled Li Yu, and turned to flee. Silence us. The others were stunned and suddenly quivered, shouting, "That's right, if Yi Zhong knows that they killed Li Biyu, he'll definitely not let them go, so they'll definitely kill us to silence us. Run." Chapter 2655. At that moment, everyone began to flee in horror. The middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned as they turned to look at those people. Wu Baixing smiled. "Master, this Wang Chuan is quite smart. He thought that we would kill him. Smart people usually don't live long." The middle-aged man in black smiled. "That's true. Take Qin Feiyang for example. In the end, both his soul and body were destroyed." Wu Baixing nodded. "You're wrong. Qin Feiyang is not really smart. He thinks he is." The middle-aged man in black laughed. Clang. Divine power surged and the million battle sword appeared out of nowhere. Heaven punishment sword formation. True enough. He wanted to kill them. As soon as the million battle sword appeared, it covered the entire sky and its terrifying sharpness shrouded everyone. "All of you, go to hell." The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly. Clang. At that moment, the heaven punishment sword formation suddenly fell and charged toward Wang Chuan and the group. "Quick, block it." Someone roared. Tens of thousands of people tried their best to attack the heaven punishment sword formation. However, it was useless. Whether it was the deity arts, divine artifacts, or fighting souls, they were like dead wood under the heaven punishment sword formation, unable to withstand a single blow. Screams could be heard. The million battle sword was like a ruthless god of death, crazily slaughtering them. In just a few seconds. Except for Wang Chuan and a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm who were still struggling desperately, everyone had died. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. Flesh and blood covered the ground. That bloody scene was like Azura purgatory. It was a ghastly sight. But to this, be it the middle-aged man in black or Wu Baixing, they did not have any emotional fluctuations. They were like two cold-blooded creatures. "Don't kill us. They promise that they won't tell Yi Zhong. Please believe us." Wang Chuan and the rest were also in despair. The middle-aged man in black shook his head and said, I only believe that the dead will not speak. The million battle sword charged forward crazily. Accompanied by shrill screams, a group of perfected Nine Heavens realm also died one after another. It's all my fault. Li Bu told me to be careful of him, but Li Yu was filled with regret. If he had been careful in advance, how could he have fallen to such a state? Haha, do you really think he is Li Bu? No. He is Qin Feiyang. Wu Baixing laughed loudly. What? Li Bu is Qin Feiyang? Wang Chuan and Li Yu's eyes trembled. Are you surprised? Qin Feiyang, whom the dragons view as their mortal enemy, not only infiltrated the Dragon God Temple, he even became Yi Zhong's disciple. Wu Baixing sneered. This is impossible. How could Li Bu be Qin Feiyang? Li Yu shook his head. You still don't believe me? As expected, he is so stupid that no medicine can save him. But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die anyway. Wu Baixing laughed. The heavenly punishment sword formation was like a terrifying meat grinder. In just a few breaths, Wang Chuan and the others also died one after another. There was no longer a living person in this place. There were only corpses and broken arms all over the ground. The strong smell of blood was nauseating. Hey, aren't you guys happy too early? However, at this moment, a faint laughter suddenly sounded in the sky. Following closely, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Roar. In the next moment, a loud dragon roar resounded in all directions. This voice, Wu Baichuan and the black-clothed middle-aged man were stunned. They suddenly looked up and saw a white-clothed young man standing in the void above. That face, that figure, wasn't it Qin Feiyang? And it was Qin Feiyang who had restored his true appearance. Qin Feiyang was now at the peak of the ninth heaven realm. This was naturally the credit of the rising dragon art and the heavenly dust divine pill. Moreover, a blood dragon was suspended behind Qin Feiyang. Purple gold dragon soul. Moreover, the dragon soul's forehead had already split open and a third eye appeared. Clang. A heavenly punishment sword formation appeared. The million battle sword was above Qin Feiyang's head, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. All of this was said to be slow, but the entire process only took a breath. Why didn't he die? The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing's faces were full of disbelief. Previously, they clearly saw with their own eyes that Qin Feiyang was killed by the god-punishing sword formation and the scorching sun. Was this the soul of the dead coming to take their lives? With your little brains, you dare to play tricks with me? You guys also come and taste the power of this heavenly punishment sword formation. Qin Feiyang laughed sarcastically. The heavenly punishment sword formation instantly descended and blasted towards the two of them. The two of them had yet to recover from their shock. When the heavenly punishment sword formation fell, the two of them were immediately covered in blood and flesh, dripping with blood. A battle sword directly cut off Wu Baixing's arm. The iron box in his hand immediately fell down. Master, save me. The sharp pain immediately made Wu Baixing tremble and he hurriedly shouted. The middle-aged man in black also suddenly recovered and grabbed Wu Baixing, protecting him behind him. Following closely, he controlled the heavenly punishment sword formation and attacked the heavenly punishment sword formation that Qin Feiyang had replicated. Clang. The million battle swords on both sides were crazily fighting with each other. But at the same time, a blood-red beast shadow swept across the ground below, and the metal box immediately disappeared. Leave the iron box. Wu Baixing noticed the beast and immediately shouted. There's someone else. The middle-aged man in black was shocked. He looked down and saw that the beast was actually a unicorn. Damn it, a beast actually took advantage of us. I'll kill Qin Feiyang, you go and kill it. The middle-aged man in black was furious and shouted at Wu Baixing. Okay. Wu Baixing nodded. Although he had lost an arm, he was still confident in dealing with a beast. Kill me. Two dregs. The unicorn smiled disdainfully. Its four hooves took a mysterious step and rushed in front of Qin Feiyang like lightning. What? They're in cahoots. Looking at this scene, the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing were stunned. You're allowed to collude with each other, But we're not allowed to do the same? The unicorn sneered. Colluding with each other? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, "Do you know how to talk? Colluding with each other and colluding with each other are derogatory meanings. You should say that we're working together. It's the same meaning." The unicorn smiled embarrassedly. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang stared at it angrily. How could it be the same meaning? Whoosh. Following closely, Qin Feiyang jumped on the back of the unicorn and waved to the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, "We'll meet again if fate allows." Swish. At that moment, the unicorn then started to gallop away madly. Although he wanted to kill these two, he knew his own limits. With his current cultivation level, he definitely couldn't beat them. Therefore, his goal was only the iron box. Since the iron box was already in his hands, there was naturally no need to continue to be entangled with these two. "I won't let you escape," the middle-aged man in black shouted coldly, rolled up Wu Baixing, and used the supreme-level auxiliary divine technique to chase after the man and the beast. However, he found that he couldn't close the distance. "Master, what's going on? That unicorn is only a legend-level auxiliary divine technique." Wu Baixing was surprised. "This is because its speed is faster than those of the same level," the middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Bastard, why is he so lucky? No matter where he goes, he can meet beasts to help him." Wu Baixing roared with jealousy. "No choice, this is my luck. Let me tell you something else. Your brother Wu Baichuan has been killed by me." Qin Feiyang stood behind the unicorn, turned around and looked at Wu Baixing with a smile. "What?" Wu Baixing was shocked. "Don't panic. Your brother left his soul outside. Even if what he said is true, he won't die." The middle-aged man in black comforted. "He definitely won't die, but since I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. The most important thing is that Wu Baichuan's identity has been exposed. In other words, the chess piece you placed in the Eastern Dragon God Palace has lost its effect. Moreover, Wu Baixing, as Wu Baichuan's brother, Wu Baichuan's identity being exposed is not a good thing for you." Qin Feiyang joked. You're so despicable. Although we want to kill you, we have never revealed your identity." Wu Baixing roared, his body trembling with anger. No. You can't blame me. It's your stupid teammate, Du Yuntian, who revealed his identity in front of the Princess of the Dragons." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "That's impossible. Don't think I'm stupid and easy to fool," Wu Baixing said angrily. "Sigh. You guys are really the same, self-righteous. Although we're not on the same side, we're still part of the Dragon Slayer Palace. Although I'm not a good person, I know how to distinguish between public and private interests. If you don't believe me, you can ask Du Yuntian when you go back," Qin Feiyang said. Wu Baixing frowned and said in a low voice, "Then why aren't you dead now?" "Because I'm smart." Qin Feiyang grinned. Wu Baixing almost vomited blood when he heard this. He really wanted to chase after him and beat him up. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? "I'm not joking. Maybe you didn't notice, but you," Qin Feiyang looked at the middle-aged man in black and said with a smile, "You must have noticed that before Li Yu and I went to support Wang Chuan, we went into the mountains below and disappeared for a while." "That's right." The middle-aged man in black nodded. At that time, he was still wondering why Qin Feiyang disappeared. "Actually, I've been watching you. Although you've repeatedly expressed your kindness to me, I'm still worried. So, at that time, I had an idea and prepared to set up a trap. I entered the mountain and summoned an incarnation. As for myself, I have been hiding in the mountain with the unicorn all this time. In other words, at that time, the one who followed Li Yu to support Wang Chuan was not me, but my clone," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Clone?" The middle-aged man in black raised his eyebrows. "This clone is formed by a kind of divine art. You saw it when we fought last time, so I don't need to say more about it," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. The middle-aged man in black said in a low voice, "So, what we killed just now was only your clone?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. Chapter 2656. Amazing. Even though I tried to cover it up and express my goodwill to you, I still couldn't hide it from you. The black-clothed middle-aged man said. Although Qin Feiyang was their opponent, they had to admit that his terrifying mind was really frightening. To be honest, when you said that you're Yi Zhong's friend, I almost overturned my previous judgment. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Your previous judgment? The black-clothed middle-aged man frowned. Yes. In the past, I judged that you're from the Dragon Slayer Palace, and you might be on the side of the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor. But when I came to the Blood Lake, I found that you didn't recognize my identity. You even showed me your goodwill. So, I had another guess. Could it be that I was wrong and you're actually on the side of the dragons? But, you might not have expected that a friend of mine has met Yi Zhong and the other ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What? The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. My friend told me that only Yi Zhong and the 10 ancestral dragons came to the Nether King's hell. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon told me this personally. Yi Zhong and the ancestral dragon wouldn't lie, right? So, I thought about it carefully and felt that I couldn't let my guard down. Then, you knew that I sent my incarnation to confuse you. And the unicorn and I were secretly looking for an opportunity to snatch the iron box. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The black-clothed middle-aged man said, So, you can already judge my identity now? Is there a need to judge this? Only people from the Dragon Slayer Palace know that Li Bu is me, Qin Feiyang. Moreover, you two call each other master and disciple. If you're not from the Dragon Slayer Palace, where are you from? If I'm not wrong, you should be one of the 8 divine emperors, right? Qin Feiyang said. Ha, the black-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly. However, there was a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. He had thought that he would be able to confuse Qin Feiyang and make him lower his guard before killing him with a single blow. However, he did not expect to be tricked by Qin Feiyang in the end. You must be furious. You thought you could play with others in the palm of your hand, but in the end, you found out that you were the one being played. However, this is nothing. Let me tell you something that will make you even crazier. Qin Feiyang smiled. What is it? The two of them frowned. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, Unicorn, give me the iron box. The iron box appeared from the unicorn's body, and Qin Feiyang grabbed it. The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing stared at the iron box in surprise. Could it be that Qin Feiyang wanted to talk about the things inside the iron box? Make them go crazy? What kind of treasure could it be? Qin Feiyang looked at the iron box for a while, then raised his head and smiled at the two of them, saying, There is a heaven-defying divine object inside. What? A heaven-defying divine object? The two of them trembled. In fact, they were not very interested in the iron box. Because in their eyes, it was at most an honorable divine artifact. An utmost exalted level divine item was simply incomparable to a calamity like Qin Feiyang. However, they did not expect that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside. In other words, they just brushed past a heaven-defying divine object. In their hearts, it was too late to regret. If they had known that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside, how could they have been so careless? As early as the moment they grabbed it, they had already put it away. No, he didn't open the iron box. How could he know that there was a heaven-defying divine object inside? Wu Baixing said in a deep voice. Yes. The middle-aged man in black was slightly stunned. He immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, saying, You even used such a small trick. I really overestimated you. You don't believe me? Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, When you leave the Underworld King's hell, you will know what kind of treasure you have missed. Then, he kept the iron box in his Qian Kuan ring. Wu Baixing looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and sent a voice transmission, Master, he doesn't look like he is playing tricks on us. Then, think of a way to snatch it. The middle-aged man in black said to himself. The two of them were in hot pursuit. The unicorn also carried Qin Feiyang. They did not dare to let their guard down and they ran for their lives. A few days later, as the unicorn ran for its life, the ancient city of Qingyu finally came into sight in the evening. After all, The unicorn had activated the legendary auxiliary divine skill. It naturally did not take a month to reach the ancient city of Qingyu. Qin Feiyang revealed a victorious smile when he saw the ancient city of King Yuang in front of him. That was right. To be able to escape from the pursuit of the middle-aged man in black was equivalent to winning. No matter how bold the middle-aged man in black was, he did not dare to barge into the ancient city of Qingyu. After all, even Yi Zhong and the ancestor dragons did not dare to fight with the blood demon tribe in the ancient city of Qingyu. Senior Qingyu, save me! Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! Immediately, there was a billowing aura that erupted from the ancient city of Qingyu. The middle-aged man in black's pupils constricted. He stared at the huge city and muttered, "This is the ancient city of Qingyu. Is the ancient city of Qingyu very powerful?" Wu Baisheng was suspicious. "It is very powerful. According to revered beast, the ancient city of Qingyu is the capital of the blood demon tribe. Among them, the Underworld King and the 10 Commanders are existences that stand at the pinnacle of the Underworld King's hell. Before entering hell, revered beast had repeatedly warned us not to enter the ancient city of Qingyu." The middle-aged man in black said in a deep voice. "Then, what should we do? Are we going to let Qin Feiyang escape from us?" Wu Baisheng was indignant. Dong. Very soon, a giant that was 100 meters tall walked toward them in the air. With every step he took, the void would collapse. From afar, he looked like a god and demon. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Feiyang stopped the unicorn in the air. He pointed at the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baisheng and said, "Senior Qingyu, they are chasing after us." Qingyu looked at the two of them and the murderous intent in his eyes surged. He shouted, "You are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Qingyu landed in the air above the two of them. His huge feet stomped toward them. "Humph! I want to see if you are as powerful as the Beast Emperor said." The middle-aged man in black snorted. He raised his fist and punched the sole of Qingyu's feet. Although he had heard about it from revered beast, this was the first time he saw it. He did not believe that Qingyu was really that terrifying. Furthermore, he was very confident in his physical body and strength. Oh! Qingyu was stunned. He actually dared to fight back. The energy in his body poured out without reservation. Bang! He stomped his foot. The middle-aged man in black also punched the sole of Qingyu's feet. Crack! However, the physical body and strength that he was so proud of appeared to be too weak in front of Qingyu. Qingyu stomped him into the ground and many bones in his body were broken. The arm that hit the sole of Qingyu's feet was also shattered instantly. How terrifying! Wu Baisheng could not help but tremble in fear at the sight of this. The middle-aged man in black was his master. Naturally, he was aware of his strength. In terms of physical body and strength, no one in the entire ancient world would dare to say that they were the best. He had never seen his master lose to anyone in this aspect. But now, in the face of Qingyu, his master's powerful physical body and strength was like an ordinary person who was defenseless. They were not on the same level at all. "I have even killed the ancestor dragon, let alone a small character like you. You have overestimated yourself." Qingyu snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, causing Wu Baisheng's blood to churn. "You have even killed the ancestor dragon?" Wu Baisheng's heart was in turmoil. What kind of powerful existence was this? Bang! At the same time, the middle-aged man in black rushed out from the other side of the ground. He grabbed Wu Baisheng and fled in a sorry state. "Don't even think about leaving." Right then, Xueju, who was guarding the ancient city of Qingyu, rushed out of the ancient city with a group of blood demons and headed over. "Don't chase." Qingyu waved his hand. "Huh?" Xueju looked at Qingyu suspiciously. Qingyu did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "I believe that Brother Qin does not want Xueju and the rest to chase after us. You know me best, Senior Qingyu." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Xueju was even more puzzled. He asked, "Brother Qin, why don't you chase after them?" Qin Feiyang said, "Senior Xueju, if you were in his shoes, what would you do after being chased for so many days and almost losing your life?" "Is there a need to ask?" "Of course, I would kill him personally." Xueju said without hesitation. After saying that, he understood. It turned out that Qin Feiyang did not want them to do the job for him and wanted to kill the two of them personally. King Yu retracted his aura and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked with a smile, "How was your trip this time? Although there were many dangers, the harvest was not bad." Qin Feiyang said and took out the metal box. King Yu looked at the metal box. When he sensed the aura of the seal on the metal box, he immediately revealed a knowing smile. "What about Li Feng?" Xueju asked. Li Feng, Qin Feiyang muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he truthfully recounted the situation back then. When King Yu heard this, he fell silent. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior King Yu, you won't blame me, right?" "Why would I? We'll talk about it later." This is also Xuegang's decision to not kill him. As long as Li Feng keeps his promise and stops killing beasts, I can't be bothered with him. King Yu said with a smile. "Thank you, Senior King Yu." Qin Feiyang bowed and thanked him. He said, "There's one more thing. Xuegang self-destructed his physical body and is only left with a wisp of his divine soul. I want to bring him to the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul. As there was a time array on the second level, Xuegang could enter the second level to rebuild his physical body and divine soul several times faster than in Luotian ancient city." Xuegang self-destructed. Xueju was shocked and asked hurriedly, "Why did he self-destruct?" "It's because of that person just now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Okay. I'll send you to the second level now." King Yu nodded and did not ask about Xuegang's self-destruction because he trusted Qin Feiyang. There were some things that did not need to be investigated. Also, it's this unicorn's credit that I was able to escape. It was also very tired on the way here. "Senior King Yu, what do you think?" Qin Feiyang jumped down from the unicorn's back and looked at King Yu with a smile. At this moment, the unicorn was very reserved. Because this was the first time it had seen King Yu with its own eyes. Moreover, it was standing at King Yu's feet at this moment. That formless deterrence came wave after wave, causing it to be very afraid. Actually, it could not be blamed for being timid. Because in the entire hell, be it the ferocious beasts or the blood demon race, none of them were afraid of King Yu. This was the prestige of being the #1 expert in hell. King Yu looked at the unicorn and smiled. "Then you will stay here with Xueju and protect the ancient city of King Yu." "Thank you, King Yu." The unicorn was elated. Not only was the ancient city of King Yu the capital of the blood demon race, but it was also a forbidden area in the eyes of the Hell King Yu. In the past, they would die even if they went near the ancient city of King Yu, not to mention staying in the ancient city of King Yu. It could be said that, among the ferocious beasts, it was the first one in history. To the ferocious beasts of hell, this was a supreme honor. At the same time, I'll give you a supreme level auxiliary divine art. When you encounter danger again, you can bring Brother Qin and run faster. King Yu said this half-jokingly. He waved his hand and a jade slip flew to the unicorn. Thank you, thank you." The unicorn was overjoyed. Not only could it stay in the ancient city of King Yu, but it also received a supreme level auxiliary divine art. This adventure was really worth it. Chapter 2657. After entering the ancient city, King Yu brought Qin Feiyang back to the palace. However, the moment they returned to the palace, King Yu looked a little irritated. "Senior King Yu, what are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. King Yu remained silent. Could it be that something happened while he was away? Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself. "Senior, I don't have to explain my relationship with the Blood Demon tribe. Please don't hide anything from me. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to ask you for a favor." King Yu smiled. "A favor?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. "It's just a favor. Why are you hesitating? Do you think I'll reject you?" King Yu sighed. "It's not that simple. Tell me about it then." Qin Feiyang looked at him curiously. "I'll ask you first. As a human, how much do you know about the control secret skills that humans have?" King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. "Control secret skills?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Senior, why are you asking this?" Answer me first. King Yu said. I know quite a bit about control-type secret techniques because I myself have mastered 3 types of control-type secret techniques. Qin Feiyang said. The 3 were the slave seal, puppet technique, and blood soul technique. 3. King Yu's eyes lit up. You must have a way. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu had not said what problem he had encountered so far. Therefore, he could not boast. Wait a moment. King Yu waved his hand and shouted, Shweda Yuan, come here immediately. Shweda Yuan? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Soon, a blood-eye giant about 15 to 16 meters tall arrived outside the palace. He was at the half-9 heavens realm. Come in. King Yu said. Shweda Yuan walked into the main hall and nodded at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang also responded with a smile. However, he keenly noticed that Shweda Yuan's smile wasn't very natural. He seemed to be troubled by something. Shweda Yuan, tell Brother Qin in detail what happened to you a few days ago. Yu Wang said. Tell Brother Qin? Shweda Yuan stared blankly for a moment before his spirit shook. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked, could it be that Brother Qin has a way? Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, you have to tell me what it is first, right? It's like this. A few days ago, I was patrolling on the city wall when I suddenly saw a figure flash by outside the city. But when I dared to check, I found nothing. But just when I thought I might be seeing things, a human suddenly appeared. This human is very powerful. Before I could react, he used a kind of control secret technique to control me. Shweda Yuan sighed. It can't be. Apart from the various ancestor dragons, who dares to create trouble in the ancient city of King Yu? Qin Feiyang was shocked. There are always some reckless people in this world. For example, the 2 people who chased after you previously. King Yu snorted. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He turned to look at Shweda Yuan and asked, then why did he control you? Shweda Yuan said, he wanted to know about the situation in the ancient city of King Yu. In what aspect? Qin Feiyang frowned. For example, how many blood demons are there in the ancient city of King Yu? How many 9 heavens realm masters are there? Are there any heaven-defying treasures and so on? Also, he specially asked about your situation. Shweda Yuan said. My situation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. He asked me if I was really on good terms with the blood demon race. Are you in the ancient city of King Yu now? Shweda Yuan said. How did you answer him? Qin Feiyang asked. Shweda Yuan lowered his head and said, I told him everything truthfully. Qin Feiyang frowned and glanced at King Yu. He realized that King Yu didn't seem to have any intention of blaming Shweda Yuan. King Yu seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts. He smiled faintly and said, it's good that I can stay alive. Everything else is not important. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, he gave King Yu a thumbs up. If this happened outside, Shweda Yuan's life would definitely be in danger. This was because it was a big taboo to leak information to the enemy. Take the dragons for example. If someone among the dragons dared to leak information to outsiders, the revered dragons and the various ancestral dragons would definitely be furious. They might even kill them on the spot. Thus, it could be seen that this King Yu was truly benevolent and kind. He couldn't care less that his clansmen admired and respected him so much. Shweda Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang nervously and asked, Brother Qin, if I tell him about your situation, will you blame me? Blame you? Even Senior King Yu didn't blame you. Why should I blame you? I don't mind. Anyway, the dragons already know that I'm in the ancient city of the King Yu. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and asked again, however, my identity as Li Bu, as well as the situation with the lunatic and the white-eyed wolf, did you tell him? Shweda Yuan said, don't worry. I didn't tell him about these. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. Seeing that Qin Feiyang wasn't angry, Shweda Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. However, I have a question. Why didn't he kill you? Why did you return to the ancient city of the King Yu instead? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. He wanted me to be his spy and help him get the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of the King Yu. Shweda Yuan said. This person is quite ambitious. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He asked, "What does he look like?" Xue Dayuan waved his hand and the shadow of an old man immediately condensed. The old man's figure was rather stooped and he wore a green robe. He held a black dragon-headed walking stick in his hand. His hair was white and his face was full of wrinkles. King Yu asked, "Brother Qin, do you know him?" "No, I don't." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "However, I'm sure that he's not from the dragons." "How can you be so sure?" King Yu looked at him suspiciously. "Because if he's from the dragons, he wouldn't have asked if I'm in the ancient city of the King Yu. This person even dares to touch the blood demon tribe. This means that he has a certain level of confidence. I think he should be from the Dragon Slayer Palace." Qin Feiyang said. "Dragon Slayer Palace?" King Yu frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Senior King Yu, you don't have to give me face. You can just kill the people from the Dragon Slayer Palace if you encounter them in the future." "Will that work? What if he's from the two ancestors?" King Yu asked. "That won't happen. This is because the people under the two ancestors have not entered the hell of the Netherworld King." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see." King Yu nodded and asked, "Then do you have a way to help Xue Dayuan remove his control?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while before looking at Xue Dayuan and asking, "Is he controlling your spirit, your bloodline power, or something else?" "My spirit," Xue Dayuan said. "Are there any other effects? For example, can he peek into your inner thoughts or know your location through this control?" Qin Feiyang asked again. "No." Xue Dayuan shook his head. "Then I should have a way." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Really?" Xue Dayuan suddenly became excited. Qin Feiyang said, "However, for now, don't remove his control over you for the time being." "Why?" Xue Dayuan was puzzled. King Yu was also puzzled. Since he asked you to help him snatch the heaven-defying artifact and the ancient city, he must still be hiding somewhere outside the city. If I help you remove his control now, won't I alert him? Qin Feiyang smiled. Then what do you mean? Xue Dayuan looked at Qin Feiyang in puzzlement. We'll beat him at his own game. If I'm not wrong, this person will definitely look for the middle-aged man in black and Wu Baixing. There was a flash of cold light in Qin Feiyang's eyes. King Yu and Xue Dayuan looked at each other. He was so sure. It was as if he had seen everything with his own eyes. Think about it. Why hasn't this person made a move yet? It's because he doesn't have the confidence. After all, Senior King Yu is personally guarding the ancient city. Therefore, he has to hide outside the city and wait for an opportunity. Previously, Wu Baixing and his disciple came to kill me and caused such a huge commotion. How can he not be alarmed? The arrival of Wu Baixing and his disciple is an opportunity for him. Qin Feiyang said. King Yu pondered for a while and said, "Continue." Now, the 10 commanders of the ancient city have all gone to the Fallen Valley. The other people of the 9 Heavens realm have also gone to various places to collect blood. In other words, Senior King Yu is alone now. Therefore, now is the best time to make a move. Once this old man in green meets the middle-aged man in black, they will definitely start their plan. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu asked, "So, this is what you meant by beating them at their own game? Catching them off guard?" "Yes. However, if this old man in green is really from the dragon-slaying palace, his strength should not be underestimated." "Of course. I'm not doubting your strength, Senior King Yu. I just feel that it's better to be careful," Qin Feiyang said. Although King Yu had defeated the middle-aged man in black outside the city, it was only a clash of physical strength. If they were to fight to the death, the middle-aged man in black still had a chance of winning against King Yu. After all, he had stronger means, such as divine arts and special abilities. King Yu pondered for a while and said with a smile, "Tell me your plan." "I'll listen to you. It's very simple. Wait for me to break through. As long as I break through to the 9 Heavens realm, I'm confident that I can restrain the middle-aged man in black and even kill him. And while I'm in seclusion, I still need Xue Dayuan." Qin Feiyang turned to Xue Dayuan and said with a smile, "You go deal with him." "How do I deal with him?" Xue Dayuan was puzzled. "The next time he comes to look for you, Tell him that the 10 commanders have secretly returned. After hearing this news, they will definitely not dare to make a move. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shweda Yuan said, that's a good idea. What if they find out that I'm lying to them? They won't find out. Because they can't use image crystals to send messages in hell, they won't be able to contact the Chief Pavilion Master and the Beast Emperor who are far away in Fallen Valley. Qin Feiyang said, I think it's feasible. King Yu thought for a while and nodded with a smile. He looked up at Shweda Yuan and said, let's do it then. Okay. Shweda Yuan nodded. Chapter 2658. There are still some problems that you might face. I have to tell you in advance how to deal with them. Qin Feiyang said. Go ahead. Shweda Yuan appeared very humble. Half an hour passed. King Yu looked at Shweda Yuan and smiled. Have you remembered everything? Yes. Shweda Yuan nodded. King Yu waved his hand and said, then you can continue patrolling. Yes. Shweda Yuan bowed and saluted before turning around and quickly walking out of the hall. After Qin Feiyang watched Shweda Yuan leave, he said with a smile, Senior King Yu, to be honest, I really envy you. What are you envious of? King Yu was stunned and asked curiously. I envy you for having such loyal clansmen. If it was outside, Shweda Yuan would definitely betray you. But not only did Shweda Yuan not betray you, he even told you everything as soon as he came back. To be honest, I really admire the personality of your blood demon race more and more. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha, after hearing what you said, I suddenly feel that my blood demon race is quite great. King Yu laughed heartily. They are great to begin with. Qin Feiyang smiled. For example, even if Shweda Yuan's divine soul was controlled, he did not lower his head to the green-robed elder. Such people, such a race, there were not many left in the world. Don't flatter us. The plan has been set up. Go into seclusion, King Yu said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. King Yu waved his hand and sent Qin Feiyang to the second floor. Blood energy immediately appeared from Qin Feiyang's body and began to reconstruct his body and divine soul. After Qin Feiyang told the Frenzy and the White-Eyed Wolf about the entire process, he also took out a soul stone and began to cultivate. Back then, Qin Feiyang had calculated that it would take more than 300 days to break through from the initial stage to the 9th heaven stage. To be precise, it was more than 330 days. That was 11 months. Before going to Luotian Ancient City, he had already cultivated for a month. In other words, he still needed 10 months. For anyone, 10 months was a very short time. Qin Feiyang was also very content. Because, without this 500 years time array, it would take more than 166,000 years to reach the minor completion 9th heaven realm from the initial 9th heaven realm. More than 166,000 years, what kind of concept was that? If Qin Feiyang really went into seclusion for such a long time, he would definitely go crazy. Is this the Ghost King? How terrifying. Outside the city. Somewhere in the mountains. Wu Baixing's face was filled with fear as he looked at his master, who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating with his eyes closed. His master was already powerful enough. But in front of the Yu King, he was actually unable to withstand a single blow. One kick. With just one kick, he was able to injure Shazun. This strength, this fleshly body, how terrifying was it? Half a day passed. The middle-aged man in black opened his eyes and sighed. It seems like we can't barge into the ancient city of King Yu. Yes. Wu Baixing nodded. No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do about it. The black-clothed middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, then we'll go to the ancient city of King Yu. All of a sudden, a hoarse voice could be heard from the forest at the side. Who's that? The black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing were shocked and they quickly looked towards the forest. It's me. Along with the sound of footsteps, an old man in green walked out from the forest slowly. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this was the old man who controlled Shweda Yuan. The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Then, his face was filled with surprise. He stood up and asked, "Why are you here? I arrived more than 10 days earlier than you." The old man in green smiled and said. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and said suspiciously, "Then why are you loitering outside the ancient city of Qingyu? Wait a minute, don't tell me you're also eyeing the ancient city of Qingyu?" "That's right." The old man in green nodded. "Are you crazy? Don't you know how powerful the Ghost King is?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was shocked. "Of course I know. When you were fighting with the Ghost King, I was hiding not far away and saw it with my own eyes. However, I have to go to the ancient city of Qingyu." The eyes of the old man in green shone brightly. "Why?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was puzzled. The old man in green said, "Because there's a heaven-defying weapon in the ancient city of Qingyu." "What?" The black-clothed middle-aged man trembled. Wu Baixing was also extremely shocked. "Moreover, according to what I know, the ancient city of Qingyu not only has a heaven-defying weapon, but also a time formation." The old man in green said again. "Time formation?" The master and disciple were stunned. "Yes. This time formation is not ordinary. I heard that it can last for 500 years in a day." The old man in green said, and his eyes were filled with greed. "It can't be." The master and disciple were dumbfounded. The time formation of the Dragon Slayer Palace only lasted for 50 years in a day. Even Qin Feiyang's time formation only lasted for 100 years in a day. A time formation that lasted for 500 years in a day was unheard of. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" After the black-clothed middle-aged man came back to his senses, he looked at the old man in green and asked. "It can't be wrong. A few days ago, I caught a blood demon and he told me personally." The old man in green said. "Catch a blood demon?" The master and disciple looked at each other. He even dared to catch a blood demon? He's too bold. However, when they thought of the identity of the old man in green, they understood. After all, he was an important figure in the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why wouldn't he dare to catch a blood demon? "I'm still keeping this blood demon." The old man in green smiled. "Keep him?" The black-clothed middle-aged man was stunned and he hurriedly said, "Are you stupid? Why do you keep him? Aren't you afraid that he will tell Qingyu?" "Don't worry. He won't dare to. Because I'm controlling his divine soul." The old man in green said. "I see." The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded and suddenly said, "Wait, there's still a risk." "What risk?" The old man in green was suspicious. "Have you forgotten? Qin Feiyang can even remove the fate contract of the dragons, let alone your secret technique." The black-clothed middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The old man in green instantly frowned. "That's right. If Xue Dayuan asked Qin Feiyang for help, wouldn't he be out of his control? No. Whether he could snatch the heaven-defying divine weapon and the ancient city of Qingyu depended on this person. There must be no accidents. Let's go and find Xue Dayuan." The old man in green waved his hand and led the black-clothed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing to the ancient city of Qingyu. After a while, in a dense forest outside the city, Xue Dayuan stood in front of the old man in green with a trembling look. "Answer me. Did you tell Qingyu and Qin Feiyang that you're under my control?" The old man in green asked with a gloomy look. "No." Xue Dayuan shook his head. "Really?" The old man in green spoke again with a piercing murderous tone. "Really? Moreover, what's the use of looking for them?" Xue Dayuan said in horror. The old man in green's eyes flickered. He turned to look at the black-clothed middle-aged man and sent a voice transmission. "It seems like he still doesn't know that Qin Feiyang has the ability to remove the control. It's good that you didn't look for Qin Feiyang." The black-clothed middle-aged man laughed secretly. The old man in green also laughed secretly. He looked at Xue Dayuan again and said, "You have to believe me. As long as you work for me honestly, I will definitely remove the control for you." "Yes." Xue Dayuan looked extremely respectful. The old man in green said, "Then tell me, what is Qin Feiyang doing now?" Xue Dayuan said, "He is having tea with Qingyu. There's a 500-year time formation. Instead of going into seclusion to cultivate, he still has the mood to drink tea." The old man in green was stunned. "I don't know about that. Maybe he is trying to please Qingyu. After all, if he wants to cultivate in the time formation, he needs King Yu's permission. Xue Dayuan said. So he is trying to please King Yu. The three of them were enlightened. It would appear that this Qin Feiyang is nothing more than a clown who is trying to curry favor. Wu Baixing sneered. The old man in green laughed and looked at Xue Dayuan. He asked, "Is there any other situation?" Other situation? Xue Dayuan pondered for a while. Suddenly, he thought of something and nodded. Yes. What is it? The old man in green asked. Xue Dayuan said, "Previously, I overheard King Yu telling Qin Feiyang that the 10 commanders have returned from Fallen Valley." What? The 10 commanders have returned? The old man in green suddenly changed his expression. Yes. Xue Dayuan nodded. That's not right. For the past few days, I have been monitoring the ancient city outside the city. Why didn't I see the 10 commanders? The old man in green frowned. They came back secretly. Xue Dayuan said. Secretly? The old man in green was stunned. Yes. They seem to be plotting something. However, I heard that they will head to Fallen Valley again after some time. Xue Dayuan said. Head to Fallen Valley again? The old man in green frowned. According to my personal guess, the 10 commanders might not be able to kill the ancestral dragons. Hence, they came back to seek help from King Yu. They must be worried that there are dragon spies outside the city. After all, no one knows how many dragons have come this time. If the ancestral dragons know that the 10 commanders came back to seek help from King Yu, they will definitely flee Fallen Valley immediately. In that case, even if King Yu goes to Fallen Valley personally, it will be a wasted trip. Xue Dayuan said. That makes sense. The old man in green nodded. The middle-aged man in black pondered for a while and looked at Xue Dayuan. He waved his hand and said, "You can go back first. We will continue to hide here. Inform us immediately if anything happens." Yes. Xue Dayuan replied respectfully and turned to leave. However, just as Xue Dayuan turned around, the middle-aged man in black suddenly attacked and a trace of divine power entered Xue Dayuan's chest. Poof! Immediately, blood gushed out from the wound. What are you doing? The old man in green's expression changed and he looked at the middle-aged man in black in shock and anger. The middle-aged man in black didn't say anything. He walked to Xue Dayuan and took out a dagger. He chuckled and said, "You must be lying to us." Lying to us? The old man in green and Wu Baixing were stunned. Xue Dayuan was shocked too. Could he have exposed himself? Chapter 2659. But thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. Because from the beginning to the end, he had been following Qin Feiyang's instructions. Moreover, whether it was his attitude or tone, he had carefully prepared. It was impossible to expose it. But why did this person suddenly attack? I didn't lie to you. Xue Dayuan shouted in horror. No. If I'm not wrong, everything you said should be taught to you by Qin Feiyang. In other words, you want to beat us at our own game and catch us off guard. The middle-aged man in black sneered. How did he know so clearly? Xue Dayuan was shocked. Was it really exposed? But even if it was exposed, he couldn't admit it. No. It's true, please believe me. Our blood demon clan is the most honest. If you don't believe me, you can ask the dragons. Our blood demon clan has always kept our promises and never lies. Xue Dayuan was terrified. What exactly went wrong? You still dare to quibble? It seems that if I don't use my full strength, you won't tell me the truth. The middle-aged man in black smiled. The dagger flew out like lightning and entered between Xue Dayuan's eyebrows. Poochie. Blood spurted out like a fountain. I really didn't. Xue Dayuan shook his head frantically and looked at the old man in green in despair. My life is in your hands. How would I dare to betray you? The old man in green frowned and didn't say a word. The dagger went through flesh and blood and went straight for Xue Dayuan's sea of consciousness. Xue Dayuan could already feel the aura of death. Speak. What exactly are you planning? Tell me and I'll spare your life. The middle-aged man in black roared. No. Why don't you believe me? Xue Dayuan was in extreme despair. Because the dagger was only one step away from the sea of consciousness. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce through the sea of consciousness, the dagger suddenly stopped and quickly retreated from between Shwe Dayuan's eyebrows. En. The old man in green looked at the middle-aged man in black in astonishment. The middle-aged man in black grabbed the dagger. There was no longer any hostility on his face as he smiled at Shwe Dayuan. You can go. Go. Shwe Dayuan stared at him blankly. The black-robed middle-aged man said, Return to the ancient city of Qingyu and continue to gather information for us. So you believe me? Shwe Dayuan said. Yes. That was just a test for you. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Test? Shwe Dayuan was taken aback. He could not help but feel fear in his heart. Fortunately, he was prepared to die. Otherwise, he might have been frightened by the black-clothed middle-aged man and spit out Qin Feiyang's plan. The green-robed old man and Wu Baixing finally realized what was going on. Looking at the black-clothed middle-aged man's cold expression, they really thought that Shwe Dayuan was lying to them, so it was a test. Thank you for sparing my life. I will serve you wholeheartedly. Shwe Dayuan said gratefully and returned to the ancient city of the Qingyu. After watching Shwe Dayuan leave, Wu Baixing looked at the black-clothed middle-aged man and asked, Master, what do we do now? The black-clothed middle-aged man looked at the green-clothed old man and said, What do you think? The 10 great commanders are all very powerful. According to what Shwe Dayuan said previously, the great commander comprehended the massacre order. With the addition of the Qingyu, with such strength, if we were to charge into the ancient city of the Qingyu now, we would only be courting death. The green-clothed old man muttered as he spoke. Massacre order. The master and disciple were shocked. We are not in a hurry. Didn't Shwe Dayuan say that they will go to Fallen Valley again? If the Qingyu really goes to Fallen Valley together, it will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The green-clothed old man smiled. Makes sense. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Let's wait. I heard that there are many blood demons in the Great Completion Ninth Heaven realm in the ancient city of the Qingyu. Even if the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders go to Fallen Valley, it will be difficult for us to snatch the ancient city of the Qingyu with our strength. Wu Baixing frowned. I have asked Shwe Dayuan about this before. All the Great Completion Ninth Heaven realm in the ancient city of the Qingyu have been sent out to collect blood. Therefore, as long as the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders leave, the ancient city of the Qingyu will be ours. The green-clothed old man sneered. What? To collect blood? Why do they need to collect blood? Wu Baixing was bewildered. This seems to be Qin Feiyang's idea. To collect the blood of all the blood demons in the hell. I have no idea what he is trying to do. Shwe Dayuan has no idea either. The green-clothed old man shook his head. Wu Baixing said, Don't tell me he wants to use the blood to activate the massacre zone. Impossible. The kill formula is a heaven-defying artifact. He dares to activate it here? The green-clothed old man sneered. That's true. Wu Baixing nodded and shook his head. I really don't understand. Don't think about it if you don't understand. Anyway, as long as the Qingyu and the 10 great commanders leave, he will die. The green-clothed old man said. We can't underestimate him. The middle-aged man in black sighed. Huh. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black suspiciously. I have already exchanged blows with him. His strength is countless times more terrifying than we imagined. If he breaks through another small realm, I'm afraid even I won't be his match. The middle-aged man in black shook his head. As much as he didn't want to admit it, the truth was right in front of him. Is that powerful? The green-clothed old man frowned. In the past, we were all confused by the kill formula and the heaven-defying artifact. We thought that he could be so outstanding because of these heaven-defying artifacts. As a result, we never thought about his own strength. It was only until this time when I exchanged blows with him that I realized that he is also very talented. The middle-aged man in black said. The green-clothed old man looked at the middle-aged man in black and said, It seems that we can't underestimate him. We definitely can't underestimate him. It's precisely because the dragon race underestimated him that they suffered great losses at his hands time and time again. We can't follow in the footsteps of the dragons. The middle-aged man in black said. Yes. The green-clothed old man nodded and looked around. Then let's find a place to adjust our condition. Xue Dayuan, what happened to you? Xue Ju looked at the wound in between Xue Dayuan's eyebrows and chest and asked suspiciously. As for the unicorn, it was lying beside Xue Ju. Xue Ju and Xue Ju were considered partners now. Nothing. Xue Dayuan waved his hand and entered the ancient city of Qingyu. Strange. The unicorn muttered as it stared at Xue Dayuan's back with a tinge of suspicion in its eyes. What's strange? Xue Ju was stunned and looked at the unicorn in confusion. I feel that Xue Dayuan seems to be hiding something. The unicorn said. Something. Xue Ju looked at Xue Dayuan again with a tinge of suspicion in his eyes. In the palace, Qingyu looked at Xue Dayuan below and asked, They have come to look for you? Yes. As expected by Brother Qin, the three of them know each other. I'm really impressed by Brother Qin now. His foresight is incredible. It's not unreasonable for him to become the enemy of the dragons. Xue Dayuan said. Yes. I admire him too. Qingyu nodded. With just a few clues, he could deduce everything. Such a mind was simply terrifying. And they have already believed my words. Xue Dayuan smiled. What about your injuries? Qingyu asked. Such a small injury can be exchanged for their trust. It's worth it. Xue Dayuan said. It's been hard on you. This is a paragon-level deity technique. Consider it as your reward. Qingyu took out a jade slip and threw it to Xue Dayuan. Thank you, Qingyu. Xue Dayuan caught the jade slip with an excited expression. Although there were a large number of paragon-level deity techniques and artifacts in hell, only the blood demons who had reached the ninth heaven realm were qualified to possess them. For a half-ninth heaven realm like him, the most he could obtain was a legendary-level deity technique and artifact. As such, a paragon-level deity technique was very precious to an ordinary blood demon. You may leave. Qingyu smiled. After Xue Dayuan left the palace, Qingyu waved his hand and an image appeared in the void. The image displayed Qin Feiyang and the others. Father, did you see it in the underworld? This child will definitely become the person who will change the fate of my blood demon race. I will definitely grasp this opportunity and fulfill your unfulfilled wish. Qingyu muttered to himself as he looked at Qin Feiyang, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone room on the second floor and meditating with his eyes closed. His thick and heavy hands unconsciously clenched into fists. It was as if there was a trace of anger and killing intent in his eyes apart from a strong sense of hope. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 7 months later, White-Eyed Wolf was the first to step into the ninth heaven realm. 8 months later, Frenzy also broke through to the ninth heaven realm. 10 months later. On this day, a powerful aura charged out from Qin Feiyang's body. At that moment, his black hair started to flutter in the strong wind. Boom. In the next instant, his aura soared to another level. Ninth heaven's realm minor success. He broke through. White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trace of a smile in their eyes. A time array that lasted 500 years in a day was truly extraordinary. At this rate, not to mention 1,000 years, the three of them would be able to step into the ninth heaven realm in less than 100 years. At that time, the ancestral dragon, Yi Zhong, Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, and the divine emperor of the Dragon Slayer Temple would all be trash in front of them. Whoosh. Soon. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. His aura was also restrained. White-Eyed Wolf asked, Are you ready to deal with Wu Baixing and the others? Of course. The debt you owe must be paid. Qin Feiyang chuckled, but there was killing intent surging in his eyes. Then I'll go and meet them, Frenzy said. You? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What? Are you looking down on me? Frenzy raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't dare. Your blood demon domain isn't something I can't compare to. I just don't want you to be exposed. If you want to make a move, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Frenzy's blood demon domain could take away 4 small realms of cultivation. It was heaven-defying. At least you have some self-awareness. Frenzy smiled proudly and nodded. All right, I won't join in the fun. I'll take the opportunity to raise the level of the blood demon art. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then looked at Shuegang. After more than 100,000 years, Shuegang's body and divine soul had been reconstructed. Shuegang, how do you want him to die? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. He was naturally referring to the black-clothed middle-aged man. Shuegang slowly opened his eyes and grinned. Naturally, I can't let him die too easily. As you wish. Qin Feiyang nodded and stood up. Senior Yu King, I'm out. Whoosh. In the next moment, Qin Feiyang and Shuegang disappeared from the second level. Chapter 2660. Early in the morning. The evil sun rose slowly. The ancient city of King Yu was peaceful as usual. In the mountains outside the city, as usual, ferocious beasts ran amok, and danger lurked everywhere. Swoosh. Suddenly, accompanied by a piercing sound, a blood demon that was over 10 meters tall entered a forest. He was Xue Dayuan. Xue Dayuan stood beside a tree and looked around with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Where were they? Are you guys here? I have important information. Xue Dayuan tried to speak. Not long after he spoke, there was a low rumbling sound in front of him. Xue Dayuan quickly looked up and saw a small mountain that was over 10 meters tall a few hundred meters away. At this moment, a rock wall on the hill was cracking open, revealing a pitch-black hole. Da. Accompanied by footsteps, the old man in green walked out of the cave and stood in front of the cave entrance, looking at Xue Dayuan. When Xue Dayuan saw the old man in green, he quickly ran over and said respectfully, "Greetings, sir." "Call me master." The old man in green said coldly. "Master?" Xue Dayuan was slightly stunned and anger flashed across his eyes. He bowed and said, "Greetings, master." The old man in green nodded in satisfaction and asked, "What's the situation?" "The 10 commanders and the king of King Yu have already headed to Fallen Valley," Xue Dayuan said. "Really?" The old man in green was shocked. "Yes. Just an hour ago, I saw them leave with my own eyes." Xue Dayuan nodded. "Then do you know if the king of King Yu has that heaven-defying artifact with him?" The old man in green asked. "I'm not sure." Xue Dayuan shook his head. "If you can't even find out, what's the use of you?" The old man in green said angrily. I'm just an ordinary blood demon. It's hard for me to even meet the king of Yu. How do you expect me to find out?" Xue Dayuan felt wronged. Compared to the heaven-defying artifact, the ancient city of King Yu's time array is actually more valuable. At this moment, accompanied by a faint laugh, the middle-aged man in black walked out of the cave with Wu Baixing. "That's right. With this 500-year time formation, not to mention Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, even the dragons will be trampled under our feet sooner or later. We'll talk about it later. In the ancient city of King Yu, there must be many legendary and paragon divine weapons and divine arts. Once we get the ancient city of King Yu, we will have an endless treasure vault." Wu Baixing echoed, his face full of greed. "You're right." The green-robed old man nodded. He looked at Xue Dayuan and asked, "What about Qin Feiyang?" "Qin Feiyang didn't go. He is still in the ancient city of King Yu," Xue Dayuan said. The green-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he asked, "Then what is his cultivation level now?" "Still at the initial stage of the 9 heavens realm. Because he hasn't been in closed-door cultivation for the past 10 months," Xue Dayuan said. "He really is an idiot. With such a good opportunity, he actually didn't seize it to raise his cultivation." The green-robed old man sneered. Xue Dayuan looked at the black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing before looking at the green-robed old man. He smiled and said, "Master, look, I have already told you the information that you want. Now, can you help me remove the control?" "Remove the control?" The green-robed old man was stunned. The black-robed middle-aged man and Wu Baixing also looked at Xue Dayuan in shock. Ha. The next moment, the 3 of them couldn't help but laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Shue Dayuan was suspicious. We are laughing at your stupidity and ignorance. Do you think that we will remove the control on you? No. To be exact, do you think that we will let you go back alive? The green-robed old man sneered. Shue Dayuan was stunned. He frowned and said, "What do you mean? It seems that you are extraordinarily stupid. I have already made it so clear, but you still don't understand." The green-robed old man shook his head. "You have to understand. After all, he is from the blood demon tribe. He is all brawn and no brains." The black-robed middle-aged man laughed. Ha ha, Wu Baixing was also laughing happily at the side. Shue Dayuan couldn't help but frown. "Since you're so stupid, this old man will be kind and explain it to you clearly. From the moment you were controlled, you were already a dead man." The green-robed old man said with a smile. "What?" Shue Dayuan's expression suddenly changed. "Do you understand now?" The green-robed old man asked with a smile. "Understood. As long as Lord Qingyu and the 10 commanders leave, it will be the time of my death." Shue Dayuan nodded. The green-robed old man was stunned. He laughed and said, "Not bad, not bad. You are teachable." Shue Dayuan sighed. "You humans are indeed despicable creatures. Thank you for your compliment." The three of them didn't feel ashamed. Instead, they felt proud. "Sigh. I was blind back then. I actually chose to believe you. Since it is a dead end, can you answer my question? Are there any other accomplices of yours around here?" Shue Dayuan looked disappointed and desperate. "No. But just the three of us are enough to take down the ancient city," the black-robed middle-aged man said domineeringly. "I will send you on your way now. But don't worry. You will definitely not be lonely on your way to hell. Because later, I will slaughter all the blood demons in the ancient city." The green-robed old man smiled sinisterly. "Scoundrel." Shue Dayuan roared furiously. "Ha ha," the green-robed old man laughed and was about to erase Shue Dayuan's soul. Bang! However, at this moment, a huge foot suddenly descended from the sky and stomped the three of them into the ground. "The three of you don't know what's good for you. How dare you think of slaughtering my clansmen?" The owner of the huge foot was Qingyu. At this moment, his face was full of contempt. Qin Feiyang and Shui Gang were also standing next to Qingyu. That was right. They had been using the concealment skill to follow Shue Dayuan. Therefore, they had seen everything that happened with their own eyes. "It has been hard on you." Qin Feiyang landed in front of Shue Dayuan and formed seals with both hands. A slave seal appeared and entered Shue Dayuan's consciousness instantly. Shue Dayuan's body shook. The next moment, he could feel that the secret skill that controlled his soul had disintegrated. Damn it! At the same time, accompanied by a furious roar, the green-robed old man and the other two flew out from the ground not far away. They were covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Without any hesitation, they fled immediately. Because now, this was a scam, and even more so, a deadly trap. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Bloodboat, unicorn, Qin Feiyang roared. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of terrifying aura in the surroundings. Hundreds of huge figures flew out from the mountains in the distance and formed a huge encirclement in the void. These people were from the Blood Demon clan. The leader was the bloodboat that was at the peak Ninth Heaven's realm. The unicorn was also among them. The remaining blood demons were at the peak Ninth Heaven's realm. However, even though they were only at the peak Ninth Heaven's realm, it was fatal to Wu Baixing and the other two. This was because they had to make a move if they wanted to break out of the encirclement. Once they made a move, it would delay them. One had to know, Qingyu was right behind them. If they made a move, Qingyu would definitely give them a fatal blow. The three of them stopped. "Keep running." "Why did you stop?" Shui Gang laughed. The three of them looked at Shui Gang, then at Qingyu and Qin Feiyang, and finally at Shue Dayuan. "Didn't you say that you blood demons always keep your promises and never lie? Aren't you being too ridiculous?" The green-robed old man said angrily. "You're blaming me?" Shue Dayuan was speechless. He really didn't know why this old thing still had the cheek to blame him. Our blood demon clan does keep our promises, but our promises have always been for our friends. For example, Qin Fei Yang. And for despicable people like you, we will naturally use the same method to deal with you. That's what you people often say. Give him a taste of his own medicine. King Yu said coldly. The three of them looked gloomy. Qin Fei Yang smiled and said, Tell me, what do you think of my plan to beat you at your own game? The three of them looked at Qin Fei Yang gloomily. Especially the middle-aged man in black, his expression was extremely ugly. Last time, when he tested Xue Dayuan, he thought of this possibility. Originally, he thought that Xue Dayuan would definitely tell the truth in the face of death. But he didn't expect Xue Dayuan to be so stubborn. He really regretted it now. He shouldn't have insisted on his own thoughts at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into this trap now. The more the middle-aged man in black thought about it, the angrier he got. He roared, No matter what grudges we have, you're still from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why did you help the blood demons to deal with us? Because they deserve my help. As for you guys, don't talk to me about these principles. You should all know my character. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will kill them at all cost. Qin Fei Yang smiled, but there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his smile. Seeing this smile, the middle-aged man in black and the other two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The old man in green said, Even if you kill us now, we won't die. I've already expected this. You guys must have left your divine souls outside like Wu Baichuan and Du Yuntian. But even so, I'm going to kill you guys now. Because to be able to kill two divine emperors with my own hands, it's quite a satisfying thing. Qin Fei Yang chuckled. The old man in green said in surprise, You already know our identities? I don't know. But I believe that the divine generals of the Dragon Slayer Palace shouldn't have such powerful means and guts to even have designs on the ancient city of King Yu. Qin Fei Yang said. The old man in green fell silent. But he was extremely shocked. Is this little bastard a monster? It seems like nothing in this world can be hidden from him. Qin Fei Yang turned his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man in black. He said indifferently, It's time to settle the score between us. The middle-aged man in black frowned. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I'll let you guys go. Qin Fei Yang smiled faintly. The middle-aged man in black looked at Qin Fei Yang in surprise. How can he be so arrogant? Could it be that his cultivation is higher than the initial 9 heavens realm?